hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bad sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas. An advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do. Nevertheless, I'm really good at what I do. As I said, it is my day job. And so my telephone number is running across the bottom of the screen. If you've been involved in an accident, if you're injured, if your family members been injured, feel free to contact me at 1-713-229-0770 for a free consultation. That is 713-229-0770. Ask for Mr. Spurling, and you might just get me on the line if you got a good case. And if you got a bad case, I'm probably gonna send you a little letter to say we don't want it. Nevertheless, you have plenty of options. But that being the case, man, you guys make sure that you consider me, and I'm not begging you for anything. I'm really good at what I do as an attorney, and I enjoy what I do, and I enjoy helping people. I love fighting the good fight, and I've been doing it for a quarter century. And I'd appreciate it if you all would patronize my business. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. My name is Dennis Spurling, and I'd like to thank everybody for the time you've spent engaging me over the past several weeks. And tonight we're going to continue forward. The title of this broadcast is Charlie Kirk's False Anti-Black White Nationalist Rhetoric Debunked. In the wake of Charlie Kirk's tragic death on September 10th, unalived by a young man, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, a young white man from Utah, it's become painfully clear that violence rooted in politics of race, it doesn't only injure individuals, but it threatens entire communities, specifically ours. And, you know, although this horrible act wasn't committed by a black person and black people didn't have any involvement with it, the fallout has been widespread. A historically black university, several of them were threatened. Even a New York University, NYU students were threatened. And I actually have that video footage, and I may play it a little bit later, but you know, you have to ask yourself why, you know, and it's because in American society, anti-black racism is not merely an episodic injustice. It is embedded in the structures and the beliefs of this system, this white supremacist religious sort of style system. And it's always ready to weaponize fear and suspicion and threat against black people. And so we must be vigilant. To understand why, we can turn to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, the late, great, beautiful and brilliant sister. She was an Black American psychiatrist. Shout out to Urban Eagle. And her work, it offers a provocative lens through which to view the roots of the system of white supremacy. In her theory that she laid out, the Cress theory of color confrontation and racism, white supremacy. and later in the ISIS papers. I hope you all have got those books. Shout out to Mr. 43TX. And there was also the keys to the colors. And Dr. Wilson argues that racism is not merely social or cultural prejudice. It's born out of deep biological and psychological drive. And so according to Dr. Welsing, the ability to produce melanin, the pigment that gives skin its color, is genetically dominant in people of color. And while light-skinned people or lighter-skinned people, whiteness in particular, is genetically recessive to color. Now, I'm not saying that white people are genetically recessive. I'm just saying skin color, or the absence of skin color through the generation of pigment in the form of melanin, is a recessive trait. In other words, if a black person and a white person have a child, the child is going to have pigment in their skin, and that eliminates the whole idea of what we classify as white, and that child becomes non-white. So because whites have so few numbers globally, and I believe the number is about 7%, Dr. Wilson argues that subconsciously there's a fear of disappearance through intermixing, through demographic change. And that fear, Dr. Wilson suggests, fuels this white supremacy racism. So in other words, she's basically saying white folks are fighting for their life. And so because of that, they exhibit this anti-black behavior. And it's not always conscious hatred, but often it's structural, it's subconscious, and it comes out in systematic forms. Now, so when we hear about shocking incidents like the unfortunate death of Charlie Kirk, who was only 31 at the time, okay? And, regardless of his race, of the perpetrator, it steers fear amongst black or white folks, and because white people want to impose this on black people, and it fits a pattern. It's scapegoating, racial tension, fear of reprisals, threats, even if we're unconnected, And what you see happening at these HBCUs and NYU, and this racial temperature just all around kicking up, it's not simply causation, it's awareness that in our society, blackness is always vulnerable. And so we have to be vigilant, because anti-black racism is not just an external crime, it's internal, it's structural, and psychological. And nobody is safe. See, unlike Pookie and Ray Ray, you can't get away from a racist police officer, or a racist manager, or a racist store clerk, okay? And so we have to deal with it. And when you have people who are creating this hostile environment, then we have to deal with it accordingly. We have to address it. And I'm not talking about anything other than dealing with it head on as it is. So it requires that we do something, and you can't always run and hide. All right. Now, again, let me say this. Brothers and sisters, I want you to hear me. And I want to start with this. We are good people. We're beautiful people. We are wonderful people. And for hundreds of years, we've endured chains, we've endured whips, we've endured humiliation and injustice. And yet through it all, we did not lose our humanity. We didn't lose our compassion for people. And we didn't lose our ability to love one another and to hold on to our dignity. And that's who we are. Okay. And that being the case, we do not celebrate the unfortunate death of Charlie Kirk simply because he saw the world differently than we do. Okay. Now I want to remind you what I just said. Based on Dr. Welsing's theory, and I've yet to hear any that's clear. These people are fighting for their own survival. And so I'm asking you, what would you do if your life and your people's life were on the line? Probably the same thing they're doing, okay? Now, that being the case, that doesn't mean we should just lay down and let folk run all over us. But what we don't need to do is we don't need to mock or rejoice people who've died tragically just because we have strong feelings against their positions politically or rhetoric, all right? Remember, as foundational Black Americans, our strength is our discipline and our love and our ability to rise above the filth. And we are not the filthy, disgusting savages who celebrated the death of Trayvon Martin. We are not like those ones who mocked the slow torture of George Floyd and then said, as we saw him die in front of us with that police officer's knee on the back of his neck, we're not the type of people to say he died from a drug overdose, okay? You understand? And we're not like those who laughed when Breonna Taylor's name became a hashtag because she was gunned down in her home. That is filth. That is savagery. And as far as I'm concerned, those people expose their own ugliness before the whole world. And if you want to see a fresh example of that same spirit, look at what happened in Boise, Idaho. You got this young woman, and I'm going to put it up here, and I want you to see. You have this young lady who thought it was the right thing to do to I guess I would say taunt or
He dead. Fuck your homie dead. He got shot in the head.
Yeah.
Fuck your homie dead.
This is a young woman who decided it was a good idea to really disparage the name of Charlie Kirk. Okay.
Yeah, fuck your homie dead.
Evil is real, people, and it kind of looks like that.
Yeah.
Evil. Evil. Murder is bad. She is evil. Have not said. Why are you being so
Why are you
hateful?
so hateful? Why are you so hateful? Why are you so hateful? Yeah.
Hey, can somebody tell her to back
Can
up?
you not put the camera in my face?
I'm sitting here. You walked up.
This is not what we do. Okay. All right. That young woman, you know, she basically crashed a peaceful vigil for Charlie Kirk. And she stood in front of grieving people holding candles and American flags and shouted, F y'all, homie dead. He got pew-pewed in the head, allegedly, right? And she allegedly shoved an elderly veteran, allegedly, and a young mother, allegedly, with her child in her arms. And she continued and continued on, and she was eventually arrested, okay? That's a disgrace. That behavior is uncalled for. That's not what we do as Black Americans, all right? Let me be clear. She does not represent us. She does not stand for Black America. She does not carry our spirit, shout out to MC Recovery, or our dignity or our honor. We are better than that. We are better than the ones who bury, who laugh at us when we bury our loved ones, okay? That's who we are, okay? And we carry ourselves in discipline in the face of hate, and that is what makes us beautiful. And that is also what makes us strong, and that is also what keeps us on the side of right. And so I say that tonight, you know, we must remain vigilant, because even when we're not involved, even when we're innocent, okay, history shows that the finger of blame is so easily pointed towards us. And if we stay united, if we carry ourselves with dignity, if we never forget who we are then no lie, no smear, no filthy behavior will define us. We will define ourselves. Okay, we're good, we're beautiful, we're wonderful Black people. Okay, and we're going to continue to rise. Now, every time a well-known white man dies and the media goes hunting for a villain, the finger always seems to end up pointing at us, even when we had nothing to do with it, even when the facts are sitting right there in plain sight. That's not an accident. That's not coincidence. That's a pattern. It's an old one. It's a dangerous one. And if we don't call it out, it just keeps on rolling. Look at what happened after Charlie Kirk's passing. Almost immediately, voices start whispering and hinting and nudging to believe maybe Black folks had something to do with it. You had officials and commentators, they chose their words carefully, right? But the direction was clear. If you were listening, wasn't it? Was the direction clear? See, the suspicion was towards us. And don't think for a second that's random. That's a cultural reflex in this country. When white America feels embarrassed, shocked, or shaken, the default is to look for an other to blame. And for generation after generation, the other was us. Now, let me be clear. I'm not downplaying the seriousness of anyone's passing. I'm definitely not excusing violent acts or defending perpetrators. What I'm pointing out is how quick the system is to attach Blackness to violence, even when we're not involved. That's not just unfair. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to all Black people because it shapes how stories get written and how policies get passed and how police show up in our neighborhoods. In fact, one of the governors, I'm going to let you look at this. This is the governor of Utah.
The governor of Utah spent.
Listen to what the governor of Utah said.
Sir Cox spent all of this time while they were looking for the suspect praying that he was not from this country? Huh?
This bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us.
I'm sorry, did you hear that? So after Charlie Kirk's death, that many of us have seen the video, the governor of Utah prayed for 33 hours, hoped that it wasn't one of us. Who does he mean by us?
Praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us.
One of us.
Somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country.
Someone drove from out of state or came from another country. In other words, a foreigner, anybody but the typical resident of Utah, which my understanding is over 90% white. Okay, one of us.
Now, I'm going to let him finish. But what I'm hearing him say is that you...
Listen to that. I want you to hear him round this off. It doesn't get any better.
For that person. No?
Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here.
No, sir. That is not.
We don't do that here.
The reason you were...
Okay, so again, as I said, this story, when they start, it's dangerous because, it shapes a narrative. And whether we're talking about Tulsa, 1921, Red Summer, Emmett Till, the Central Park Five, or even Hurricane Katrina, where media outlets, all they did was show Black people who survived one of the worst hurricanes that ever hit the Gulf Coast, looting, right? And they call the Black people looters, and the white people, they call them survivors. I mean, just flat out, straight up, all the way biasness. And the only difference between the two people who lived in the same region, affected in the very same way, was the color of their skin. And, you know, I don't think anybody who is being genuine and honest can ignore that. Again, there's a pattern. And whether we're talking about lynch mobs, or whether we're talking about modern newsrooms, Blackness gets tied to criminality, danger, or violence, regardless of the facts. And every time that story gets told, it justifies harsher policing, tougher laws, fewer resources for our communities, and sometimes violent, vigilante style justice, if you will, or actions. And so even today, social media makes it worse. Okay? If somebody says something racist, it's around the world. Millions of people will see it. There's no opportunity really to debunk it. And it just, you know, before investigators even have a clip, the facts, the narrative is already built. And 9 times out of 10, the narrative points at us. And that's how suspicion becomes stereotype, and stereotype becomes systematic. So let's not be naive. This isn't about one death of one individual or one incident. This is about a pattern that has been trained into America's reflexes. And until we name it and challenge it and interrupt it, it will keep repeating. And it's going to have the same results. Us getting blamed, us being punished, and us having to deal with pain. Now, associated with that, now here's the thing. Let's deal with the truth. Charlie Kirk was attacked by a white man named Tyler Robinson, and suddenly America went ballistic, okay? But the thing that they went silent on is about white on white crime. No prime time panels, no town halls, just silence. Funny how that works. See, America has a white on white crime problem that nobody wants to talk about. And the silence is deafening. See, when it's us, every incident is blown up into a cultural epidemic. But when it's white folks, it's always isolated, or mental health issues, or he was a lone wolf, or he was bullied, or he got radicalized in college that he attended for one semester online in his bedroom via Zoom. He was radicalized. If that's deflection, if I've ever heard it. Now let's talk some numbers, because the receipts are clear. According to the FBI statistics, crime statistics, white Americans commit the majority of crimes in this country, not proportionately, not per capita. The raw numbers say 69% of all violent crime arrests, that's darn near 70%, are white. 62% of aggravated assaults, okay? Nearly 70% of SAs, and more than half of the unalivements. And here's the kicker. In about 81% of those unalivements are white people killing other white people. And I know you all don't understand that. So I'm gonna give you the actual numbers. And this is from the FBI 2019 crime stats, which is accessible for everybody. White victims of unalivements, 3,299 in 2019. 3,299 white people were unalived in 2019. Of that number, 2,594 were unalived by other white people. Now, that's important, and I'm bringing that number up because let me see if I can pull it up for you guys to see the crime stats. I want you guys to see this for yourself so you can have a mental picture. You have these white nationalists on the internet enraging these white folks. Shout out to Team Cyber1, having them believe that black folks are just out here unaliving white folk left and right. That's what they'll have you believe. They'll have you believe that white people are almost some kind of endangered species or something. Shout out to Team Cyber1. Thank you so much. And this, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit more, but I want to see if I can share the screen. Let me know if you guys can see that screen. If you can see the screen, hit the number 1 button. Can you see it? I'll make it a little bigger. Okay. Now, if you look at that closely by comparison, 566 white victims were unalived by black offenders. Okay, so let's just by comparison, let's kind of flip the script. Black victims, you got 2,906 black victims. Okay, where the offender is known. Of that, 2,574 were unalived by black offenders. Okay, but let's do a compare and contrast. If we want to talk about grapes, arrests, 11,588 white people were arrested for grape. That's 3 times as much, almost 3 times as much for black as black, 4,427. So what does that tell you? That tells you you're more likely to be raped by a white person than by a black person, but they don't talk about that. What about the aggravated assaults from 2019? 169,467. Aggravated means they had a weapon. Compare that to 91,164 for blacks. What about the other assaults? Just random assaults. Almost 500,000 white people assaulted somebody and was arrested. For black people, it's 219. All right. What about domestic DV? You got almost 3 times as many white people, 38,196 white people arrested for DV, 16,454 blacks. You see? So if we're talking about S offenses, assaults, DV, based on the 2019 numbers, the majority of arrests were white offenders, not black. More importantly, 70% of the people incarcerated in the American penal systems are white, 70%. And if we want to talk about domestic terrorism, the FBI had repeatedly reported that the majority of the domestic terrorist incidents are committed by white supremacists or far white extremists, okay? They are responsible, since 9/11, they are responsible for more deadly domestic terrorist attacks than any other group, whether we're talking about El Paso, Pittsburgh, Charleston, Buffalo. And that's white on white crime. But you'll never hear it framed that way. You see, you'll never hear it framed as a white community problem. They're written off as some lone wolf or somebody who was mentally ill or some isolated extremist. So when they point the finger at us, it's not about facts, it's about deflection. Because the truth is, okay, it's too uncomfortable. White America has a crime problem, but instead of dealing with its own house and the assaults and the DV and the S offenses and the mass shootings, right, and the domestic terrorism, instead of that, they want to project that upon us. Now compare that to how they talk about us. You got one black teenager. Let's say a black girl gets caught shoplifting, and suddenly it's breaking news. You got helicopters and endless commentary about culture and crime and black communities. But when a white man unalives another white man in broad daylight at a crowded college campus, you don't hear anything about the issue of, the culture. Okay? When a white kid pews up a school, it's all sympathy and psychology and family background, and he must have been bullied. And we need to call it what it is. It's a double standard. Black crime gets culturalized and generalized to the entire culture. White crime gets individualized. And when it's us, it's a community problem. When it's white folks, it's an individual tragedy. And history proves what I'm saying. Think about all these school shootings since Columbine. Back 1999, America has had more than 350 school shootings. And the overwhelming majority of them have been white males. Sandy Hook, Parkland, Uvalde, Oxford, Covenant School. That's the pattern. That is a cultural problem. But you'll never hear those words. You'll never hear the words white on white school violence. They'll never leave the lips of politicians or news anchors. Instead, we get sympathy packages and deep dives into childhood trauma and the calls for more mental health funding. Now compare that to how America treated the Central Park Five. Innocent black boys railroaded as predators. Now think about this, another issue. Think about the opioid crisis. Do you know it has killed almost 500 people, 500,000 people, mostly white, rural, suburban communities decimated. That's more than the Vietnam War. But we hear calls for white fathers to step up or for white churches to control their neighborhoods. No. We hear addiction framed as disease and deserving compassion and treatment. Compare that to what we heard back when the crack epidemic hit the black neighborhoods back in the 1980s and 90s. The answer was war, militarized policing, the battle ram. They came up with mass incarceration and 3 strike laws. You see? Think about that. And what's the cost for not doing anything about this white on white crime problem? Billions lost to mass shootings. Whole regions of America gutted by opioids. Billions more drained by domestic DV, which is overwhelmingly committed by white men against white women. You got a bunch of rural teenagers are more likely to expire from school shootings than black teens. You got white women are more likely to be unalived by their husbands or boyfriends than black women. They never tell you that. Okay? Well, let me be frank. White women and are more likely to be unalived by their husbands and boyfriends than black women are to be unalived by a stranger. That's the reality. And most black women live in urban inner cities. And so what's really happening here? America doesn't want to solve that problem. It wants to protect a narrative where black crime justifies punishment while white crime gets explained away. That's why when we build community solutions, they're called militant or dangerous. But when white communities do the same thing, it's called grassroots organizing. And so let me say this plainly. White America points at us when their own communities are imploding. Their schools are war zones. Their children are overdosing. Their neighborhoods are being ripped apart by violence from within. And we didn't create that. We don't control the schools, the courts, the legislators, the police departments, or the media companies. They do. And the result speaks for themselves. Maybe if America spent half as much time dealing with white-on-white crime as it spends obsessing over black communities, things would change. Maybe that 500,000 mostly white people who overdosed and expired because of opioids wouldn't be as much of a problem. Maybe those mass shootings wouldn't be weekly events. Maybe white communities wouldn't be collapsing under the weight of problems that they have created but refuse to face. See, the truth is simple. America's obsession with black crime is a coping mechanism to avoid looking in a mirror. But see, the problem is you can't solve a problem you won't name. And that's the real danger for white people. While they keep deflecting, they suffer. So America, all Americans, choice is yours. Keep pointing fingers while your own house burns, or grab an extinguisher and face the fire you set. But don't expect Black America to carry the blame anymore. We see the game. We're done being your scapegoat. And so the question now is, what happens when you run out of people to blame? Now, I think we all have, have you ever asked yourself, why are white people so angry? Like, why are they so angry?
First,
you see that nonsense?
Tired of hearing about privilege? Privilege isn't being white.
No one said it is. It's like saying all angry white men have the skin of a hot dog. They don't all, but some of them look like they're hot dog skinned.
Privilege is living in government housing and calling people oppressors while they pay your bills. Get it? Wearing $200 sneakers when you haven't worked a day in your life. Walking around with $300 Beats headphones while you're living on food stamps, while you're on public assistance, and it's paid for by people who wake up and grind every day. Privilege.
You were upset about so many things. I took notes.
And it's paid for by people who wake up and grind every day.
The first thing you're upset about is probably the use of privilege. You don't know.
Now, I appreciate this young fella who is really pushing back, and I don't want to ever categorize and put all white people in the same category, just like we don't want anybody putting us in the category with the hood rats and the degenerates and the thugs. We should not put all white people in the category of white nationalists or racist. Okay, I'm not saying that people don't have tendencies that they're fighting against, but I'm saying we shouldn't stereotype, we shouldn't generalize. And so I appreciate this young man pushing back, but we have to do that for ourselves. Okay, let's continue listening to him.
Know what the word means, and you kind of went off the rails there with that. You're kind of framing it as getting something for nothing, and that's not what privilege means. An unearned advantage from societal structures. Yeah. Who set up those systems? Scooby-Doo mask, it was white men. Every time. You also did this really specific thing where you brought up sneakers and expensive headphones and started off with white privilege, but didn't seem to mention race. You just inferred weird stuff throughout the rest of your.
Now, he's basically, the gentleman was basically saying that, got all these people on welfare. The vast majority of people on welfare are white, okay? There are a lot of poor white people in this country. And so, but let's just keep listening to the fella. He handles it.
Your video. I could tell by how many cuts you did.
Privilege is having the latest smartphone with unlimited data and having zero idea where the bill goes because somebody else is always picking up the tab.
Oh, you are not going to like this math. The largest count by race that gets government assistance between SNAP and Medicaid, 43% there, boss. So maybe start asking your brethren down at the frayed hat store.
Privilege is being able to cheat, lie, fail over and over again in life and still get bailed out while people who play by the rules get punished. That's privilege. This isn't about race. This isn't about class.
Except for that being exactly what it's about. I don't know if you understand, but you literally just complained at the person that you see as beneath you for getting things for free and the people above you as working harder. That's classes, brother. Those are classes, okay? And you think that there's this upper echelon and then this one for hard-working Americans that deserve it. That's what you think you're in. And then these people who are on government assistance and receiving benefits that we pay for with our taxes. But I digress. You're a white man in America. They didn't take anything from you. You still have that tiny shirt you're wearing. You still have that land you stand on. And the irony of this entire thing is you just don't respect the fight of others. I can tell you because you said this.
Privilege is being able to protest every little thing that offends you without worrying about calling in sick to work.
And then you immediately followed it with this.
They've never had to build anything. They've never had to defend anything. They've never had to carry any real weight.
You just don't.
I mean, black people, black men specifically, have helped defend this country. So this is the type of rhetoric that makes my channel relevant, especially at times like this. But let's keep listening to some more of it. I want you to listen to some more of this dangerous rhetoric that's out there, and it's going to get progressively worse. So, but please forgive the please forgive the curse if you see it. But go ahead. Now I want you to read what's being said. They don't hate racism. They hate us. They hate whites. I think you're projecting. I think you're projecting. Because when we talk about hate, what is the measuring stick? Are we talking about people who constantly or have a history of overtaking other people's lands and doing horrible things to grapes and unaliveness? Or what are we talking about? But this sort of rhetoric is what's out there. All right. Now I'm going to keep letting it, so just so you can kind of see where we are. And we'll get to Charlie Kirk in a minute. But here's this fella again. You guys have heard him before.
It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
So did you hear that? Did you hear what this man said? This is the language. Blacks need to be in prison for the most part. Women need to shut the F up. Okay. Now it sounds funny. Okay. I guess it sounds funny to some people, and we let these folk get away with it. We let it go unanswered. But when we do that, we allow it to fester. We allow these talking points just to be out there unaddressed, and that's never a good thing.
How white people today should be killed off for what white people did a couple of 100 years ago.
I want you to hear
awful lot of
this.
black people talking about how white people today should be killed off for what white people did a couple of awful lot of black people talking about how white people today should be killed off for what white people did a couple of 100 years ago. Funny thing about that is
I have yet to hear awful lot of white people or black people saying white people should be unalive because of what black people did or white people did a long time. I don't hear that conversation. As a black man, we don't hear that conversation. I very rarely I wouldn't even want to be around people like that. Okay. So, but these are the talking points that's out there. I guess if Alex Trebek was nearby, I would say, you know, things never said for $200 or things you made up for $300. But let's keep listening to this.
Not a single last one of them believes that any of their people should be put to death for what they did yesterday or what they're about to do tomorrow.
What did we do, sir? What did we do? Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to understand, what is it that we did? Okay. Now, maybe, I'm thinking maybe he's talking about this poor young lady who was unalived by the diagnosed schizophrenic man who, you know, she's a beautiful young lady, you know, and she was young. That's the most important thing. And it wouldn't matter what happened, what she looked like. But this is the young lady who was stabbed on the public transit, okay? Right? She was stabbed by a man on the public transit. And, you know, it's a travesty. The system failed her. And, you know, they want to make this, oh, black people are responsible for that crazy man and what he did. Well, I mean, here's the thing, you know, I don't think we should be held responsible for things that crazy people do. Nevertheless, I do want to share with you something that I found very interesting, because remarkably, there has been a very similar story that I remember some years back, where this crazy man right here, whose name was John Lee Caldwell, he was just sentenced to life in prison. And this article came out on July 17th, 2020. But he stabbed to death this young black woman who's beautiful as the other young woman. This young black woman was stabbed to death. 18-year-old Nia Wilson was in Oakland on a BART, and this guy stabbed her to death. Okay? So this was in 2020. So the same thing happened to this other young lady in North Carolina that happened to Miss Nia Wilson, but we don't talk about that. Okay? And you don't see black folks out there talking about how we're going to take vengeance against all white people for that and what that guy did. But it's the very same fact pattern. You understand what I'm saying? But nevertheless, again, we're talking about outrage. And I have some more. I'm going to share with you guys because we have to lay the foundation. And if you guys hit the #1 button, if you can hear when the videos come on, because I want to make sure that we do that. And, you know, let's keep this going. Here's another one. Let's look at some more.
Or black people won't be left to their own devices. I promise you. It's so weird watching black people get mad at white people for starting functioning white communities. It's like,
now let's put this into context. There's a community in Missouri. They want to start these all-white enclaves. And, you know, so you have a lot of black people saying, really, that's what you're trying to do? The truth is, we really don't care what you do. But this guy decides to say the following, and I appreciate the way this young white woman addresses him. Because again, you can say Charlie Kirk is not a white nationalist and he's not spewing white nationalist rhetoric, but white people are saying he's spewing white nationalist rhetoric. Now, and I'm going to expose that part, okay? Now, I'm not disclaiming the things that he says that may be accurate, but we're going to talk about the dangerous white nationalist rhetoric that is anti-black. Let's keep listening.
Say, white people don't care if black people want to be left to their own devices. I promise you. It's so weird watching black people get mad at white people for starting functioning white communities. It's like, you know how happy we'd be to see black people start a functioning black community? Like, we would leave you to it. We would be, oh my goodness, good for you guys. Wow, so not
you would they would leave us to it. They would leave us to it. Sir, I think you are unaware of the history of the United States. You leave no one alone, okay? But
not only are you dumb and uneducated and a bigot, you're also inefficient, because that was a lot of words to say I'm a white supremacist and I'm okay with it. Let's talk about the history of white people just accepting black communities. 1873, Colfax, Louisiana. White mobs murdered 150 black men who were defending a Reconstruction era form of government, and it was a coup to seize political power away from black residents. 1898, Wilmington, North Carolina. White mobs overthrew the multiracial city government and then slaughtered dozens of black.
She looks like she could been waiting to say that. She couldn't wait. She's been taking that. She took that African studies class, and she couldn't wait to get this out. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Let them have
families and burned down their businesses. 1910, Slocum, Texas. White mobs attacked a prosperous black farming community out of racial and economic resentment, killed dozens, forced the survivors to flee, and stole their land. 1912, Forsyth County, Georgia. After a false rape allegation, white mobs terrorized and expelled all of the black residents, forcing those survivors to flee, and then seized their land and homes and redistributed it to a white community. And then in 1919, in Elaine, Arkansas, hundreds of black sharecroppers were murdered by white mobs and federal troops after they organized a union to demand fair wages. And in 1920, in OK, Florida, black citizens were massacred and their town was burned to the ground after they attempted to vote in a presidential election.
That's what they did.
And then in 1921, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, one of the wealthiest black communities that has ever existed was destroyed in a 2-day massacre where 35 blocks were destroyed and burned to the ground.
35 blocks. Shout out to Penny Ford. 35 blocks.
And hundreds of black residents were killed. And then in 1923, in Rosewood, Florida, a self-sufficient black town was annihilated by white mobs after a false accusation, and survivors never could return. 1943, in Detroit, Michigan, racial tension.
Now, I'm going to just say this. It's unfortunate that this young woman knows more about black history than I would say at least half of the black people who are going to watch this broadcast. That's very unfortunate. But you're going to learn something tonight. We're going to go into detail about as many as I could find that are relevant to this conversation. But let's keep
over housing and jobs, does that sound familiar? Led to a deadly riot in which black neighborhoods were destroyed by law enforcement. And then in 1967, also in Detroit, Michigan, an uprising sparked by a police brutality incident was met with military force. They sicked the military on the black neighborhoods, killing 43 and accelerating the decline of black neighborhoods. And then in 1985, Philadelphia dropped a bomb on a black neighborhood because they had a black rights movement called MOVE in those houses. A peaceful liberation movement, and Philadelphia bombed it. And then you throw this little racist tidbit in there.
I would feel solidarity and pride with a 95% low crime, high productivity black city, or several in the United States.
Because the implication here is that black people shouldn't have their own neighborhoods because it'll be riddled with crime, even though that doesn't address over-policing and poverty. And there's no white neighborhood that has a 5% crime rate, even though you're trying to paint white people in this amazing good light. You're a white supremacist, because the rest of us white people who are pissed about whites only residences are the people who aren't racist pieces of shit. You can't connect the dots if you don't know where the dots fucking are. Think before you speak.
Say white people don't care. Black people want to be left to the.
She let them have it, and I want you guys to understand what she said. These white nationalists are really under the belief that all crime stems from black people. They literally believe that all the crime, is because of black people. So, and if you don't believe me, here's another. I got another one for you. Let me see if I can pull this up, because I want you all to see what they think.
They brought the browns here, and this is why we're dealing with crime. They brought the blacks here. They brought the browns here, and this is why we're dealing with crime.
When they say they, I'm assuming they're talking about Jewish people, because, of course, nobody else had anything to do with it. I'm just saying, in her mind. And so, but the bottom line is, you heard what she said. That's why we have crime. Think about that. This is how these folks really feel. And we have been sleeping and letting all of this slide. And now it's bubbling up to the top. Now, again, I know some of you all may say, well, he's not a racist. I get it. But what I'm telling you is, white people said that, Charlie Kirk is a racist. Okay? White people. And there are some who say he's not the worst of the worst. Shout out to Toulouse.
Death of Charlie Kirk is a tragedy. It was murder, and it happened in front of his children. But Charlie Kirk was a political extremist and an agitator who profited from division, not inspiration. His ministry was a cancerous one, and it was aimed at killing the American Republic. Charlie Kirk deserved to be debated and condemned, not shot.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. He deserved to be debated, because by debating him and debunking what he had to say live, you end it. He loses all credibility. Okay? And so this is why it's important. So I really truly think that Black Americans, we lost out by not presenting with by not taking the opportunity to confront him in public discourse and debate him. Okay? So let's keep that in mind. And that's why political assassination is never the answer. It's better to debate, open debate, and deal with it. We have enough scholars and enough knowledge about the stat, more so than they do. This is what we should have done. It needed to be debunked.
And Charlie Kirk was 31. Maybe Charlie Kirk, out of 40-year-old man, would have abandoned the dark path he was on. But the chance of that was stolen. But Charlie Kirk did not serve his country. Charlie Kirk did not serve the American flag, and it is inappropriate for it to be lowered to half-staff above the White House. Charlie Kirk served the MAGA flag.
Yeah. All right. So this is white people talking about white people and their white nationalism and their racism. Let's keep listening.
I understand it now. I get it. Y'all can't stand the mirror that's been put in front of your face. All of the shit that y'all have been serving for the last few decades now against minority communities. Y'all can't stand having to look at it when it affects you. See, that's the thing. I finally get it. It took me a lot of time because I'm thinking, why are people reacting so violently to this? And it reminds me of the very first event that I had when I was escaping the alt-right pipeline and changing my mindset of that. Was that anger and violence? Because see, here's the thing. And here's the thing you really don't understand, because you refuse to put yourself in other people's shoes and actually be empathetic to other people's situations. How do y'all think the Black community has felt for the last 5 years since George Floyd has died? All the memes y'all shared about that. How do you think they felt about the memes about Breonna Taylor, you know, the woman who was gunned down in her sleep during a no-knock raid? How do you think the Latino community has felt for the last 8 months with y'all cheering Trump for his deportation efforts and buying merch for Alligator Alcatraz and egging it on that human suffering is a great thing for this country? Yeah. How do you think the gay community felt with all the jokes y'all made about the Pulse nightclub shooting a few years back in Orlando that killed 50 plus people in like a predominantly gay club? You are truly experiencing for the first time how it tastes. The hatred y'all have been spilling out of your guts for years finally comes back at you. And that's the thing you don't like. But you know what? The funny thing about all of it is, where's the Black community calling for war with how you have treated them? Where's the Latino community going up in arms and calling for war? And no, fighting off ICE.
I want you to keep in mind, this gentleman is he specifically states he's a former white nationalist when he was in that pipeline. I want you to understand that he's speaking to us as an insider. So listen to what he has to say, okay? Especially for those who say, oh, racism doesn't exist. Keep listening.
And protesting, that is not war. That is civil disobedience, and that is our First Amendment right. But calling for the bloodshed of innocent civilians because they make jokes about a dead man who spent his entire political career actively making these communities worse.
He's telling you all that these people are calling for bloodshed of Black people who had nothing to do with this situation of this man getting unalive. Because of what? Because some Black people, and I don't agree with it, it's classless, you know, but you do have some Black people online saying horrible things about this man. I think it's distasteful and it's classless. But the bottom line is, you know, we had nothing to do with it as a group of people, and this is white on white crime. But the bottom line is they're looking for an excuse. Let's keep letting this man talk.
With his rhetoric and their situations worse? Where's their calls for war? See, you're just now kind of coming out of the illusion that your hatred and bigotry that you claim is free speech is free of consequences from the actions of what you just said. Because you only ever say it online. Because when you do say it to someone's face, you almost always outnumber them 5-1. You almost always catch people in situations where they're at a disadvantage, so when you say these things, you're protected. But now with Charlie, in his situation, you're having to come to reality for the first time of the vile and awful things that you believe in, and you don't like it. You're having to eat that. You're having to stare it in the face, and what's your first response? To be violent and angry towards innocent people. Because you scream that everyone's entitled to their opinion. You love dark humor. But the second you see people making jokes about Charlie Kirk being gone, oh, that's too far? Oh, that's too far. The Halloween costumes of George Floyd being strangled to death. Oh, let's not even glaze over the fact that I'm seeing a bunch of posts going, congratulations, George Floyd, for being 5 years sober. Because he's dead. But now you want us to care. You're now noticing just how little actual emotion, like how little actual empathy and sympathy exist amongst your own ranks. Because the funniest thing about this entire situation is the fact that it was one of your own that killed him. It was a 22-year-old white kid from Utah who came from a conservative GOP family that loved Trump. And he was a registered Republican. So if you really, really, really think you want war or bloodshed with innocent people, how about you look in a mirror? And why don't you sit there for a few days and actually digest and break down your beliefs? Because I'm sure it's screaming at you from the inside. I remember feeling that a lot whenever I was younger in the alt-right, was there's this interior voice that's screaming that the things you are saying and doing are wrong, but you don't care because it's getting you brownie points with the people around you because you've surrounded yourself with hateful people. How about you actually think for a few days on your politics and your beliefs? Because at the moment, y'all are disgusting. Y'all call us disgusting for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. We think you're disgusting because really Charlie Kirk is no different than any child that has been shot in a school for the last fucking 2 decades. The things we have been trying to prevent, the things we've been trying to stop, the pain that these incidents cause families. Yeah, how about you think about which side you've been fighting on that for a while?
I don't. Now, I certainly appreciate the passion by which many white Americans are coming out and addressing this dangerous rhetoric and this uptick. I do not appreciate some of the pundits and the politicians who haven't, because it's, you know, we have one country to live in, and if we tear it up, nobody else wants us. But let's keep listening.
State. So a white conservative was shot by another white conservative in a predominantly white Mormon state at a conservative, predominantly white college, and black universities are being threatened now? Got it.
Yeah.
So
it makes no sense unless you truly understand what you're dealing with and the nature of this country and its history. Now, here's the thing. Some people might say, well, you know, it's political violence and we denounce it. Not always. You see, because a few months ago, or 3 or 4 months ago, actually, there was some Democrats who were unalived in their house by a conservative man. And this young lady explains it in some detail.
Compare Charlie Kirk's assassination to the Minnesota lawmakers that were killed in a politically motivated attack. Do you know why people stopped talking about the Minnesota lawmakers? Because the man who killed them, Vance Bolter, admitted it was political. He did it for Tim Walz. And that's why even the left got quiet. Right-wing creators didn't celebrate. We didn't tell you guys to stop talking about it. I made 2 videos condemning it because political violence, regardless of who's on the receiving end, is wrong. But when it comes to Charlie Kirk, we're not asking you to even feel sorry. We're just asking you to stop celebrating because the loss of a human life, especially over practicing their freedom of speech, is wrong. And you guys can't even agree on that much. But again, no one told you to stop talking about it. You guys chose to stop talking about it because her death no longer pushed the agenda you wanted it to.
Yeah. Again, I don't believe in celebrating the angel of death coming to visit anyone at all. Okay. Unfortunately, that's not how a lot of white people feel. I'm gonna let this play for a little while.
Happy, goodbye.
Wow. Did you see that Charlie Kirk just got shot and killed?
That's good.
Wow, that's good. That's good that people are getting shot just off a political view. Good that people are dying in America.
Did you see that Charlie Kirk?
These are white people talking to this white man who's interviewing them about the death, untimely, unfortunate death of Mr. Charlie Kirk. I don't agree with any of these responses, but again, this is not black people saying this. These are white people, okay? But yet black people are being targeted. But here, look at all these white people.
Kirk got shot and killed today?
Yes, I did.
How do you feel about that?
I don't really have any feelings about it. Who are you?
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed today. We're just getting people's opinions. How do you feel about that?
Girl, someone had to do it. And that's how I feel at this point in time. But
yeah, I appreciate your honesty. I truly do. So you said someone had to do it.
yes. Try not to get all pulled up into that, but he was a misogynist. He was a disgusting person with disgusting beliefs.
So if you had a magical wand, a magical button that you could press and keep him from being assassinated, would you press that?
No. I think things happen for a purpose. And if that's how his life was ended, then that's how it was ended.
Charlie Kirk got exactly what he had been advocating for. I'm not endorsing it.
All right. So, you know, again, as I said, these are white people doing this, but yet and still, for whatever reason, black people, whether we're talking about HBCUs, or whether we're talking about the threat on black students at NYU.
University is doing nothing. This is the threat that was received to NYU, specifically specifying that they are targeting black students and saying that the attack will happen today. Attached to that email was a 4-page manifesto explaining that black people are dead weight and, you know, horrible for society. Another page showing the weapon that would be used. Another page and the specific reason why NYU black students will be attacked. And this is the absolutely disgusting response email that NYU sent out, not specifying that it was an attack against black students. It as a racist threat, not a hate crime. We're taking the matter seriously. We immediately get in touch with the NYPD and FBI, but then say there is no conclusion by any law enforcement that the threat is credible. A genuine emergency, or if you detect anything that relates to this threat, XYZ. Basically saying this isn't a real threat. I saw this email first. This was sent out to all NYU students, and I completely disregarded this email because we get campus safety alerts all the time for robbery stuff, things like that. And I didn't realize this was a direct attack against black students because it doesn't say. I later saw this email and the manifesto that circulated among many students because it was sent to the NYU admin and they didn't share it with students, but a grad student luckily sent it out to the Black Student Union and other black organizations saying, here's what's happening, please be safe. Upon receiving this, I immediately left class, called an Uber to leave the Lower Manhattan area because it did not specify exactly where at NYU this would be occurring. And I notified my teacher and classmates. Teacher had no idea. So if you are in the Lower Manhattan, NYU, at New School, Cooper Union, any of the universities area, please leave now if you're a black student, because this is a direct attack on black students. NYU, this response is completely unacceptable. You do not care about the safety of black students, especially when this is your response to a white minority being attacked. They immediately call it a hate crime, send out several alerts, and make sure to say, I express my outrage and condemnation of this disgraceful anti-Semitic misconduct. And you can't even say this is towards black students. This is unacceptable.
All right, so why are black people even involved in this? Why are black people being threatened? Okay, and that's generally what we're going to speak about tonight. But I wanted to make sure I aired out all, and you know, and they are really pushing the issue. There's a young lady who has a video. I will let it play. There's a bit of profanity in it, and so I'm going to let it play and let it. It is what it is. You guys listen. This is a radio show they were calling into.
You have Maxine Waters. You have Michelle Obama.
Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Don't come up on here trying to put black people.
Listen.
You have Maxine Waters. You have Michelle Obama.
Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Don't come up on here trying to put black people in this shit. What happened to Charlie happened in white Utah with all white people. Why are you talking about black people?
That's true.
Don't talk about no motherfucking black woman when Charlie Kirk was gunned down in white ass Utah. Don't come up on here with that shit. Ooh. Don't come up on here with that shit.
Ooh.
Talk about a white person. Do not bring black women in this shit. Black women ain't never been nobody's motherfucking ass shooter. We ain't never had nothing to do with that shit. Don't have no motherfucking black woman's name out your mouth over no Charlie Kirk. Now what?
Go ahead.
Move on.
Look at the brother over there. Look at it.
What the fuck does a black woman have to do with goddamn white ass Utah? The only black woman in Utah I know is married from Real fucking Housewives of Salt Lake City. And she a goddamn richer.
You right.
Let's be clear. Maxine Waters is one of the most outspoken critics of the Iraq War. to even make the comparison is just ridiculous.
Yeah, don't do that shit. That's what I'm telling you, these motherfuckers.
I'm gonna just say this. Okay, you see how that sister stood up and she jumped right in his chest? You really don't get that with other races of women. And brothers, I know, right? I get it, right? We mad at each other right now. But the truth is we're better together and we need each other, especially in times like this. This is what our culture is built for. Together, we're better, okay? I might need to put that on the t-shirt. But anyway, I had an incident like this happen about 2 or 3 months ago. I'm in the FedEx. Little Asian dude tried to cut in front of me and the sisters wasn't having no part of it. I was there picking up, okay, point of personal preference. I was there picking up my green alligator belt, okay, that I had just ordered. Green alligator, okay? And I'm excited to pick it up. And I'm down there because they wouldn't leave it at the front door because I wasn't here to sign for it. And so I went down to the FedEx and I'm in line waiting. I got my little ticket. The little Asian dude just jumped in front of me, and the sister's like, "Oh no, you won't." Blah blah. She let him have it, and I was like, "That's what I'm talking about." So, me being who I am, before I left, I gave her $100, and I gave the lady that was actually checking me out $100. And I said, y'all go ahead and keep doing what you do. I was proud of her, the way she stood up. So you don't get that everywhere, man. But shout out to this sister for getting in this dude's chest and shutting that down. And we need that, okay? There's a reason Black women are strong, because they had to be, all right? That doesn't make you less of a man because you can't handle it. But hell, the white man can't handle it too. And that's why largely we've made so much progress. So, you know, either way, I'm gonna let that be what it is, but you know, we're better together and we need to end this so-called gender war because it's not productive, especially at a time like this. But I'm gonna let this sister keep rolling.
They're glitching out because it wasn't a Black person in sight. And now they got to bring us in it. HBCUs getting threats. For what? Mm-hmm. Why are you talking about Michelle Obama? Michelle Obama said, "Let's go low, we go high." How the fuck is Michelle Obama in it? Why is Maxine Waters is 80-something years old? Why are they in it?
Mm-hmm. Talk to him.
Go talk about Donald fucking Trump. We just talked about Jesse Waters. Don't come up on here on this black ass radio station talking about fucking political violence and Black women because they ain't never.
Yeah, Maxine Waters.
Oh boy, she let him have it. Shout out to her. I'd like to interview her. And she didn't need to be prompted to do it. And I love it. And I understood everything. She let him have it. But anyway, but you know, family, there's Black women that's passionate about this man who they looked up to, you know what I'm saying? So we let that rock too.
I'm so angry.
I'm angry and I'm sad at the same time. Now, I did a video a few minutes ago saying that Charlie Kirk had been shot at Utah Valley University and he's in critical condition. And it just came out that he died. And condolences to Charlie Kirk and his family. But y'all, I'm so angry. I'm angry. I'm sad because this should have never happened. This country has become so divided that a person feel like they can take your fucking life because you don't agree with them politically, or you won't get in line and think the way they want you to think. Now, we all know Charlie Kirk didn't believe in transgenders and a man could be a woman and all that, and that's his fucking right.
And a lot of black people don't believe in it either. Okay, so let me say this now. If you listen to Charlie Kirk, there are a lot of things that you would say, yeah, well, you know, he's not wrong. White nationalists or not. Okay, and so what we're doing tonight is we're going to acknowledge the things that we feel are correct, but we are also going to debunk the anti-black white nationalist rhetoric, okay? Because, you know, both salt and sugar look the same. But we have a responsibility to sort that out and make sure there's no misunderstanding. But let's keep listening to
You know, these people hate him so much because he got climate fucking six, because he believe in biology, because he believe in science, because them bastards love to say follow the science, and the science tell you either male or female.
No, baby, they hated. I'm not gonna say hate, but there was a lot of people that didn't like him because he had some racist nationalist talking points, okay, which affected a lot of people. Okay, that's why, ma'am.
You either got an XX chromosome or XY chromosome. You either got an XX chromosomes in the vagina or XY chromosomes in the dick. And because he got common sense, they hate him for it. They hated this man because he said there was no systemic racism. Because the only reason your ass ain't doing nothing in this country is because you lazy as fuck and don't want to get up and do it.
The only reason you're not doing anything because you're lazy, and yet those are white nationalist talking points. And unfortunately, I wish the answer was so easy, but that's not it. You know, because we have to talk about systematic and structural barriers that have been set up to purposely keep black folk and our grandmothers and grandfathers and people down who would literally be the people whose shoulders we stand on. I'm gonna let her play a little bit longer, and I'm gonna show you some more people who are obviously missing and appreciated Charlie Kirk. I'm gonna let y'all see some more.
They hate this man because of the way his views. But you know, they want everybody, the Democrats, the leftists, the progressives, want everybody to fucking get in line and believe what they want to believe. Want them to respect them. Want them to call them 103 different goddamn pronouns. But they don't want to accept your views on anything. And they have taken this man's life, stolen this man's life from his children and his wife. And I am fucking.
Is actually
not. I want y'all to hear this, sister, but she
people on
the problem is you literally have folk mad at black people because we're not openly mourning this man. I want you to listen to what the sister said. They literally want you to mourn this man.
Obligated to mourn an extremist.
Not
the reason
not talk
that
about him, but not mourn him.
Still exists is actually not because of people on the other side, because it's not a difference in opinion, right? Like, we're talking about extremists and people who disagree with extremists. Not even disagree. People that have a conscience. One group of people is like, I think everyone should have human rights. And another group of people is like, I don't think anyone who is not like me deserves to live. That is not a difference in opinion. I think it's genuinely disgusting that people are getting in my comments telling me that I deserve to lose my job because I'm refusing to mourn a Nazi. Because I believe that everyone deserves health care. I believe that everyone deserves to have human rights.
I can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk. First of all, Charlie Kirk don't believe in empathy.
Listen to you know.
He said it's a bad thing. He said it's some new age made up shit.
Now, again, if you don't choose to mourn, that's fine. I understand that. I mean, that's perfectly acceptable. But my problem is, wishing or happy that happened. We don't do that. That's classless. Okay, we don't do that. If you choose not to mourn, I get it. If you challenge the man on his ideas, I understand it.
In order to protect guns. If he was saying that while fighting for reparations, I may have a little bit of empathy. But this white on white violence, he died? Damn, B. Life comes at you fast. I can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk because I cannot be in his shoes.
But you know, there are black people who are mourning. They are literally mourning. Okay, and I want to take the opportunity to show you, black, that there are. You know, you listen. Blue bagging.
My God, Charlie. Charlie, oh my God. Oh no, my God.
Yes, get it out. Get it all out.
Oh my God.
I know.
Charlie doesn't deserve this.
Yes,
Right? This is evil. This is not acceptable. This is evil. Why? So we have become so divided in this country that people don't have political opinion. People have taken it upon themselves to kill anyone that speaks truth. Doesn't Charlie have the right to speak the truth, irrespective of the fact whether you agree on what he said? Or know what he believes? What kind of word is this?
What kind of
This
world?
is not America. This is not the kind of America we dream for our children. Charlie is God. Confirmed by President Trump. Oh my God, this is unfair. This is evil. The media has done this. The leftists have done this. They have ridiculed this man for years, calling him and rebranding him what he's not.
Yes, Lord.
This is political violence. This is act of terrorism. This is not acceptable. Yes. If it's Charlie today, tomorrow, it can be me, it can be you, it can be anybody. This is unacceptable. Oh my God, Charlie. Rest in peace.
Unacceptable. Yes, Lord.
Oh my God, I pray for the family. This is evil.
Get it all out.
This is bad.
Get it all out. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Get it on out. Did you get it out? Get it on out. Yes, Lord. I'm happy that she was able to emote with us and release all of that pain that she was feeling on the inside. I'm happy that she was able to do that. I'm happy for her. Happy to shout out to Brother Tariq. She happy that she was able to get all that pain out. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All right, well, let's go ahead and continue the broadcast, and we will, again, a lot of people say a lot of different things about what we see happening. They are convinced one way or the other of their opinions. And again, I have absolutely no problem with people mourning, whatever you choose to do, but you can't be upset with people who don't mourn the loss of this man. And again, some of his statements on some of the things, when you listen to them, you can be the judge of them. You may agree, you may not, but you may agree. Now, again, my main issue is folk who, just, they say disrespectful things to the man, which is not cool. Now, somebody who's recently had some horrible things to say is Charleston White. This is, in my opinion,
ain't nobody outlandish. I don't give a fuck about white people. Didn't I tell y'all I don't like nobody?
Shout out to P.I.W.
I don't know what made white people think they was exclusive. I don't like nobody. Jews, Asians, blacks.
And see, I just want y'all to understand it was perfectly acceptable for him, Charleston White, and people like in his ilk to say things about black people. All right, but it's not acceptable for him to say these things about black people. Basically, he said some harsh words, and some folk didn't like what he had
Whites,
to say.
Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, dogs, horses, fish, roaches, worms, butterflies, ants. I don't like nothing. White people don't have no problem when it's black on black crime. Smoking on Tuka, they didn't have no. So now we smoking on Charlie Kirk. Too far. Too far? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So y'all didn't go too far with George Floyd. He has a family. Come on, white people, don't be hypocrites. So y'all didn't go too far with, they shot the black lady in the house. The police did. I believe heaven and hell is bullshit fairy tale, because if people believed in heaven and hell, then there was no way white people would be as evil as they are. There's no way white people would be as evil as they are if hell really exists.
Okay, so
they blow up babies,
you guys get
children,
the point,
and
right?
separate families and take kids from their parents. And come on, there's no way heaven or hell can be real with what white people have done, because if hell was real, that would be the very exact place that most Caucasians.
This is not a problem, okay?
Proud man. But nigga, when we go to grouping together, I'm shamed. I'm shamed walking down.
Now, this gentleman is clearly, he's on his he's on his racist bag, okay, based on these responses. This is my opinion of what he's saying. But he had no problem with
Miami Beach, nigga, and seeing them fine ass Dominicans. I look over at my sisters, they got them big bellies. They get into the goddamn water, they walk around with their weave and they.
No problem co-signing when, people, Charleston White is disrespecting and just generalizing black people. But the problem came when he did the same thing and said these statements about Mr. Charlie Kirk.
In their hand, because their heart can't get wet. Shame. Shame. Shame, nigga. Why? I don't love nothing about black culture.
Yeah.
I'm 46 years old, my nigga. I can't think of people be proud of it for it.
I want you to understand that, lumping black people, all black people together is no different than basically labeling all white people racist, okay? Or all white people white nationalists. They don't like to be lumped together. We don't like to be lumped together. Don't put me in the same category as you would put someone who is, out there doing all these things. And these folks who are listening to me, we don't like that, just like you all don't like it. But it's okay for him to do that to on these white nationalists. You're actually doing the work for them, because they use these talking points and they turn them right around and they throw them back, and it makes all of our lives hard. All right, I want you all to keep that in mind.
6 years. We ain't done one goddamn thing that we can be proud of and say I'm black and I'm proud.
In all seriousness, for the black people that are awake and see what's going on, I kind of feel bad for you guys. Yeah, that sucks.
Listen to the slight, right?
We got 90% of blacks making 10% of blacks look bad. Nothing.
90% of blacks making 10% of blacks looking bad. I want you all to hear that's the sort of white nationalist rhetoric that's out there. Okay. So at that point is, their opinion is, I guess it's no need to save the blacks because there's so many of them that are bad. Okay. But this is where we are. It's real. This is what we're listening to. And unfortunately, it gets worse. We got some more. I'm going to go ahead and get back to the regularly scheduled broadcast, but I want to make sure you all have a big picture. Again, it's a problem. Let's keep listening.
After you. For example, there's a problem at the register and they say, oh, it's no problem. Really, please, I get it. We all have those kinds of days. If black people are known for behaving like that, a black person would walk into a restaurant and they would be seated right away. Oh, please, a table just opened up. If they were really good tippers, if they were really good at tipping and tipped large amounts and said, thank you.
And see, if Karen, as though there were no Karens that and whatnot that don't exist. So black
for the
people
incredible service, you deserve it. Waiters would love to serve them. They'd say, oh, a black table? My favorite. They'd be fist fighting in the back of the restaurant. No, I want the black table. I want the table of black women. It's a Saturday night, an hour before we close, and 7 black women just came in. I want that table. No, I want it. That tip is mine. Those considerate people, that's my table. Look, if that was the situation, we'd love their company. And the same is true with Jewish people.
Here's another one. Let's the hits just keep on coming.
These African Americans, their average IQ is about 85. They'll shoot you for no reason. They'll mug you. They'll take your phone. But you are not ready for real Africans. Because real Africans, on average, have an IQ of 65.
I want you to keep in mind, this young man has appeared on, I believe his name is Nick Fuentes. And he's actually appeared on another YouTube part. Well, I guess when it was YouTube, it's called Fresh and Fit. And those two gentlemen, one of them is, I believe, East African, and the other is from the Caribbean. And they allowed this man to appear on their broadcast.
Different animal altogether. No pun intended. Totally. This is a different kind of person we're talking about. You think it's bad when they're running after you, they're going to kick the shit out of you, steal your iPhone, your AirPods. These people are going to chase you down because they think you have gold nuggets inside your head. And they're going to crack your skull open with crude stone tools to get it. That's a different ball game. They're going to be throwing spears at your neck, at your throat, bow and arrow. And they're cannibals. They will eat your organs. They will literally gut you like a fish.
No, I just spoke recently about this, the book called The Delectable Negro, and it talks about how white people literally consume the bodies of black people after they were hung. They literally cut them up publicly. And this gentleman is talking about cannibalism, and he's actually referring to Africans in Africa. And I'm sure there's some Africans who are listening to this, but this is what they think about you. Okay. And, but there's a whole history of white people here in America, recent history, eating black people. I'm just saying, the book's called The Delectable Negro. Check out the broadcast that I did the other day. But let's continue.
Fish and eat your internal organs. You thought it was bad holding a gun sideways to your head? Hey, give me your money, bitch. This is advanced darkness. This is heart of darkness. This is the jungle drum. This is the fertility goddess of chaos. They're literally going to eat your balls. They're going to cut your fucking nuts off and eat them.
Yeah. So this is the rhetoric. And this is what is being fed to the American public, white people. And you have to understand, okay, these people literally consider themselves believers in Christ. They are white nationalists, this is Jesus. They believe in Jesus, these folks. And Christian nationalists walk around. And I pull this because this is another man actually speaking about what's going on in the white nationalist part. I appreciate.
Just look at this.
Christian nationalists walk around with a mouthful of scripture and a heart full of hate. Don't tell me what you believe. Show me how you treat other people, and I'll tell you what you believe.
Right.
Jesus didn't tell us to love our churches. He didn't tell us to love our doctrines and our creeds. He didn't even tell us to love our scriptures. He told us to love our neighbors. And there was no exception to that commandment. Love thy neighbor, regardless of race, class, gender, sexual orientation, or immigration status. One of my favorite theologians, Barbara Brown Taylor, once wrote, "The only clear line I draw these days is this. When my religion tries to come between me and my neighbor, I will choose my neighbor. Jesus never commanded me to love my religion." You know what's interesting? Not once in the entire Bible does Jesus ask us to worship him. All he asks is that we follow him. Love like he loved. Love the outcast. Welcome the stranger. Feed the hungry. Heal the sick. Free the oppressed. As the hymn says, they will know we are Christians by our love. We have to get back to that.
Yeah. So, these people really believe that they're on the side of God and God is with them, ... XYZ. Now, here's the thing. The other day I put this broadcast up and I referred to Charlie Kirk's, unfortunate, untimely demise as gang violence. And I specifically referred to it as white gang violence. I want you to listen to this as a refresher.
Of gang violence. How ironic, because his last words were gang violence. It's coming out that this guy may have been a member of the group called the Groypers. They're also called the Groyper Army. They're alt-right, they're white nationalists, they're Christian nationalists.
So they're saying that the shooter, Tyler Robinson, was a member of a group called the Groypers. Listen.
They took part in January 6th. They're nativists, fascists, and anti-Semitic. The crazy thing is, they don't like Charlie Kirk. In 2019, Charlie Kirk started kicking off his Turning Point USA college tour, and he fired someone, and the Groypers didn't like that. They started showing up at his events, wanting to prove that he was a fake conservative. They started asking him leading questions like, can you prove that our white European ideals will be maintained if the country is no longer made up of white European descent? Turning Point USA, the organization that he was the executive director of, started calling them white nationalists, which says a lot coming from him. And people online are saying that this guy was a member of that organization. There's even believed that Charlie Kirk was kind of scared of them because
keep listening. You guys are listening.
When he would show up at certain events and he knew that they were there in large numbers, he wouldn't do Q&As, to which they would boo him.
Okay. So you heard that, right? And so here's the thing. There's another gentleman on YouTube, and I'm going to say fair use now because I'm going to play part of his video. All right. And
all the time.
This gentleman here, it's his video, and he's going to actually explain that the young man Nick Fuentes, well, he can speak for himself. I'm going to let my music play so that I can kind of mask what's being said, because I don't want to, in fair use, of course, but I don't want to upset my copyright situation. But let's let it play a little bit. You guys try to let me know if you can hear.
According to his own family, there seems to be a lot that was scrubbed because it's hard for people to find any direct posts. A lot of it likely was, on Discord or private servers where maybe people don't simply have access to seeing any of it. But that said, Nick Fuentes is one of the individuals that was criticizing on the right wing, criticizing Charlie Kirk before the shooting. I want to be clear. It doesn't mean this is the reason. It doesn't mean this individual, Tyler Robinson, was driven to do this because of Nick Fuentes. But it's just to point out that there's a far right element that was really critical of Charlie Kirk. Both Fuentes Who then came out to say to all my followers, if you take up arms, I disavow you, I disown you in the strongest possible terms. I think it's important.
So what the gentleman is saying is that, you know, it was basically politically driven. The alleged shooter was a member of or a follower of some group called Groypers or something like that. And there was actually some sort of back and forth between Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk.
And I fucked it. Charlie Kirk will not debate me because I would fucking devour him. I would eat him alive. And at the end of the day, that's going to happen one way or the other. Whether he chooses to confront me or not, whether he has dignity and honor or not, it's just a matter of time. My ideas are already there. I've already impregnated your organization. I took Turning Point USA and I fucked it. I took your organization, I took your baby, Turning Point USA, and I fucked it. And I've been fucking it. And that's why it's filled with Groypers. That's why your whole crew.
This is a vile little man, okay? It's a vile little foul-mouthed little man. And anybody who follows this person, even if you think it's funny, it's not funny. This is serious. There are young people who are impressionable who actually listen to this idiot, okay? Let's keep listening.
Crew, that's why the people around you, that's why your chapter presidents, that's why your attendees, they're all Groypers. So whether you choose to confront me or not over the honor of your Turning Point USA, it's immaterial to me. I'd like it. I just get a sick satisfaction out of it because I like to win. But we're already there. And this whole ideology, Zionism plus free market, it's dead either way. You know it. I know it. Pretty much the whole world knows it's over. In the last 7 years, who's moved closer to who?
I mean, this kind of sounds like a 1990s rap beef to me. That's kind of what this kind of sounds like. These dudes are going back and forth. But
anybody accuse me of stealing Charlie Kirk's ideas? No. Has Charlie Kirk every step of the way moved in degree to no question. I already own you. We own you. We own Turning Point USA. We own this movement.
All right. So you guys get the point. We don't need to hear any more of that. But the whole point of me bringing that up is because, as you heard, apparently there's an organization called Groypers. I don't know if it's an organization, but some sort of movement called Groypers. And this gentleman, Nick Fuentes, is somehow associated with it. He said that out of his mouth. And so, you know, I find it interesting, you know, because now you heard what the man said. Now I want you to listen to this. You guys are familiar with Fresh and Fit. He recently canceled his appearance at a college because the college said, yeah, you might not want to come now. Things are a bit hot. All right. And so now I want you to listen to this little weasel squirm a bit. Listen to him. Listen to this
situation.
Very delicate
this
situation.
This is a very delicate situation.
What you talking about?
I fear that this has set off a chain reaction.
Oh, really?
I pray to God there is no further violence. I pray to God that nobody else is hurt as a result of this. I hope that it stops here. It should stop here.
I bet you do.
To all of my followers, if you take up arms, I disavow you. I disown you in the strongest possible terms.
I mean, look at this little weasel squirm. I want it all to end now. I don't want any of this, you know, this political violence. And I just want you to understand he's online denouncing political violence, even though the gentleman that Mr. Robinson, who allegedly shot Mr. Kirk, is a member of an organization that is in some kind of way, you know, called Groypers. And I don't know. I'm not. But I mean, I'm enjoying watching him squirm.
That is not what we are about.
Oh, really?
And the same goes obviously for the other side.
Okay.
And I want to make that very clear. It would be a profound moral political mistake for anybody to take the bait.
Yeah.
And to engage in any kind of reprisal, retaliation, revenge. Remember, we are the good side. And what makes us good is that we have Christ.
I don't think Christ is on your side, sir. Matter of fact, Christ is, swarthy. Okay. So anyway, family, let's get back to the main broadcast. So these are those white nationalists. These are these folks that these are the people that that support Charlie Kirk. And maybe Charlie wasn't a white national. Maybe he wasn't racist, but apparently they think he was. Okay. So we have to keep that in mind. Now, here's the thing I want y'all to understand. All right, and I'm gonna hit this first. We have to begin to ask ourselves, why are white people so angry? Okay. Why are they so angry? And I'm gonna say some, not all. Okay. Why are these people? Because it's a lot of anger. Even you heard the young man who was a former white nationalist. And I'm not gonna lump the white people in with the low life, just like we don't want to be lumped in with hood rats and thugs. We can't lump all white people together with this degenerate white nationalist crowd. Okay, many white folks are strongly opposed to them, and they're loud and vocal about it, and we need to recognize that. And so again, there's a simple answer why these white folks are angry. One is, you've heard Dr. Cress Welsing, but they've been lied to, and they've been told that being white automatically has made them better, and that they're entitled to permanent dominance, and the world was theirs by default. And that lie is fading. And meanwhile, white people face some real problems like that they don't want to admit, because it challenges the myth of their superiority and their divine goodness. Drug overdoses, poverty. Look at the welfare statistics. The largest number of welfare recipients in America are white people, and that's the reality they don't like to talk about. They're losing their pull and dominance, and for generations, white people have treated this like a guaranteed status. But now people of color, whether we're talking about Latino, Asian, and yes, even Black people, are making gains in education and politics and business. Well, that shift feels like a loss to those who were raised to believe that they were automatically on top. So, and some white people are watching immigrants and Black people and brown people and Asian people start businesses, move to the suburbs, and outpace them financially. And that challenges the narrative that they were sold. And here's the part that really stings for them. Even Black people who they've been told all their lives were at the bottom are doing better than they imagined. And the average Black household today earns tens of thousands of dollars annually. And imagine this. If more of our unmarried men and women married and combined incomes, that yearly household income would double. And on paper, we'd be matching or even surpassing many of the very people who think they're above us. So the anger comes from lies colliding with reality. A lie of entitlement told for centuries, a false promise that whiteness would always mean power. And as that lie unravels, some white folks don't know what to do, so they lash out. And that's what makes them dangerous. Now, the question we also have to ask ourselves is, who benefits from lying to white people, to the average white person, about Black people? Who gains when poor whites are told that their enemy is Black people? Because it sure isn't us. And it sure isn't them either. The answer is the same people that always benefit. It's the elites. It's the people who want to hold on to power. It's the wealthy. It's the powerful. It's the shot callers. That you know. And if the poor and the working people of this country ever came together, whether we're talking about Black, Latino, Asian, Native American, or otherwise, we would turn our eyes on them. And they can't afford that. Okay? And so they play the oldest game in the book, divide and conquer. And there's a saying, when two poor men meet in a rich man's house, they become enemies. And why is that? Because the rich man made sure they were fighting each other instead of fighting him. That's exactly what's happening in America today. Poor whites have been brainwashed to believe poor Black folks are their problem, while the real problem are the people writing the checks and hoarding the wealth. They sit untouched at the top. This isn't new. It's an American tradition. Whether we're talking about after Reconstruction, poor Black people, poor white people, most of whom never even owned a slave, okay? They united under something called the populist movement in the 1890s, and they wanted fair wages and better credit, and they wanted to end exploitation by landlords and bankers, but the elites panicked. And so the Southern planters, the former slave owners, and the industrialists, they deliberately stoked racial fires, and they spread lies about Black men and, trying to essay white women. And that gave rise to the Jim Crow laws. And they started pushing segregation to protect the purity of white women. And what that did is it split up that fragile coalition. Because see, once divided, the poor had no power and the rich stayed rich. Even during the civil rights era, Richard Nixon, he perfected what came to be called the Southern strategy. He didn't have to shout slurs. He used law and order and crime and states' rights as nothing more than coded language to appeal to white people's fear. And he convinced poor white folk that their enemy wasn't the corporations shutting down factories in their communities or politicians cutting social programs. Oh no, it was their Black neighbor. And that strategy flipped the South politically, and it's still used today. In the 1880s, the 1800s and the 1900s, bosses, people who ran companies, they routinely used race as a weapon. So when the white folks would go on strike, they would bring Black people in, Black men in as strike breakers, not to empower them, but to turn poor whites against them. Instead of uniting against the low pay and the dangerous conditions, you have working people fighting each other. And in the meanwhile, the owners laughed. They laughed all the way to the bank. I want you to think about that. While you got poor white families and poor Black families, and they're still struggling with the same things: low pay, high rent, underfunded schools, hospitals, closing jobs, being shipped overseas. And you got the elites that made sure those two groups saw each other as enemies and not allies. I want you to look at what's going on right now. There's a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump, but they got money. And then there's a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump because they're racist. And then you got people who believe in it. Vote your interests. That's what I tell people all the time. Vote your interests. But nevertheless, it's what keeps feeding the division today. And that's why they pump these lies into the media, so you don't focus on the price of eggs and the price of gas and the fact that most of you all will never be able to afford a house in your lifetime, because you have companies like Blackstone, which build these subdivisions, and then they get another they get another fund to buy 3 of the houses. They might cost $300,000 to build a house, and then they'll get a fund to pay $700,000 for each one of the houses, 3 of them. And now you got 3 comps that say the houses are worth $700,000, And so when you go to try to buy a house in that new subdivision, you can't afford it. So the next time you hear scapegoating and stereotypes or the blame game, ask yourself, who profits from keeping Americans, black, white, brown, Hispanic, divided? Because it's not poor people and it's not the working class. It isn't us. Only the winners are the ones at the very top who stay safe so long as we stay divided. Now, why must they keep us divided? Well, they have to, because if they don't, then we'll turn on them. Because that's what people do. I want you all to check this video out. And I'm gonna be, I think this is interesting. Okay, we're kind of gonna start getting into Charlie Kirk a little bit more, because that's kind of where we at. But actually, I want y'all to check this out, okay? And you know, you may or may not disagree, but we'll let you take a look at this.
Was a mistake. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so the parts of the Civil Rights Act were great, but the way it's now being implemented to force men in female bathrooms to push forward of the trans agenda, the intent of the Civil Rights Act is way beyond what it was originally authored for.
But the intent specifically originally was to...
Well, that's interesting. So the intent and the law are two different things. So the intent was noble, which was to say that no American can be not allowed into a place of business based on the color of their skin or their ethnic heritage. Totally agreement with that. Totally agreement with that. Totally agreement with that. That's not what the law only did. It created a massive anti-racist DEI army that then gave us affirmative action. For example, recently, Merrick Garland sued using the Civil Rights Act, saying that we cannot have voter ID in certain states because it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act. So basically what the Civil Rights Act did is that it went beyond disparate impact and then went to disparate effect. In the sense where if black Americans are not doing as well as white Americans in a certain category, you can now use the Civil Rights Act and say that's a violation of the Civil Rights Act, even though there might be other contributing factors. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's too broad, too wide, and it's now doing a lot of damage to the country. It's being used well beyond its original intent.
You said the Civil Rights.
Now, most of us with good sense probably don't disagree with that, right? Especially those of us who studied the Civil Rights Act. I've actually talked about it. But again, you know, and I'm going to get to that a little bit later. But, you know, I want to kind of get back to the subject. And you all are going to learn something. I got one rule on this broadcast for you all, not even a rule, but a suggestion. If you learn something, I should earn something. So if you guys are learning something, I should earn something. And I'll let that be what it is, because I want to stay focused on the broadcast. Now, why the elites must keep us divided? Why? Right? Again, if you've been told that poor black people are your problem, understand that's a lie. It wasn't built to help you. It was built to manage you. We won't, you know, again, I'm not going to lump all the black people in, and I don't want white people. I'm not going to lump all the white people in the same category. As these folks out here who call themselves white nationalists. But you need to understand, we live under a system that needs it needs you to be angry. Okay, it needs you to be angry at us. Okay, so you never ask why your town lost its factory, or why your kid's school can't hire a counselor, or why your wages haven't moved while the CEO pays shot through the roof. If black and white working people were locked arms, the only folks who should be afraid are the ones cashing dividend checks off your division. Now, there was a time in this land when black people, rich and poor black people and poor white people united. And so I'm going to take you on a trip back to a place, Virginia, 1676, before America was even a country. Okay, it was still a very fragile colony, you know, right on the coast. But the social order was already sharp and brutal. At the very top stood a handful of men, white men, planters, elites, and they controlled the land, they controlled the laws, and the governor himself was one of them. They lived in big houses on sprawling estates built on the back of the tobacco trade. This is in the Carolinas. And these men had power, they had wealth, and they had the ear of the king. That was their buddy. At the bottom, that's where the story really begins, because down there, side by side, were two groups who bore the weight of making this colony run. On one side, you had poor white people, indentured servants brought over here from Europe, looking for a better life, escaping poverty and oppression. These were men and women who signed contracts in Europe, often out of desperation. They'd sell years of their lives, 5 years, 7 years, sometimes 10 years of hard labor in exchange for the promise of land, or at least a chance of survival once their indentured servitude was done. They cut down trees, they planted crops, they dug ditches, and they took lashings. These were technically free people, but they got beat with the lash if they disobeyed. They were only free in name. I'm talking about white people, bound by body, bound in body. And on the other side, you had black people. You had our ancestors. You had our foundational Black American ancestors. By this time, many were no longer just servants for a term. They were in bondage. It had become permanent under law, and they were treated not as workers, but as property. And they carried the same load that the indentured servants, white folks, did under the same sun. But unlike the indentured whites, they had no promise of freedom at the end of their contract. And their children were born into slavery. Their children were born in chains. So picture that. Black people and white people together, shoulder to shoulder, in the tobacco fields, bent over in the same dirt, sweating under the same Virginia sun. Both groups looking up and seeing the planters at the top, living life in comfort, drinking wine on the porches, probably messing around with their women. While the people who kept the colony alive starved and struggled. Now tensions were rising, as you can imagine, because no self-respecting man is just going to sit there and take that. And life on this frontier was dangerous. You had the Indians, okay? They were being pushed further and further off their land by the expanding settlers, and they resisted. And they defended their homes, and raids and skirmishes broke out along the edges of the English territory. And the poor settlers, they begged, hey, look, governor, we need you to give us some protection. The governor's name was Governor William Berkeley, like Berkeley University. He's like, nah, that's your problem. And why? Because, you know, he was loyal to the elite, and he wasn't worried about poor people. He was worried about protecting the fur trade and the money he and his allies were making in secret deals with the Native Americans. So on one hand, you got the poor people getting raided and unalived by the Native Americans. On the other hand, you got the rich people working behind their back, working with the Native Americans. So you got poor people bleeding, and you got rich people getting richer. Okay, and that's when a young planter, his name was Nathaniel Bacon, and he was actually, I believe, related to the governor. Bacon wasn't one of the in crowd. Okay, he wasn't cut from the same cloth as the governor's men. Okay, he had land, but he didn't have any power, and he was angry, and he saw an opening. He looked at the frustration boiling up between the poor people, among those abandoned by the governor, and he made a promise: if I will fight for you, I will protect you, I will take on the elites who ignored you. And in that moment, he became a rallying point, not just for poor whites, but for the enslaved Black people, our ancestors. And here's the part most history books skip. The rebellion wasn't only white men with pitchforks. It was an alliance of people, poor whites who felt cheated of their promised freedom and land, and enslaved black people, our people, who had nothing to lose. Two groups that had every reason to hate each other found a common cause in hating the people on top who held all the wealth and all the power and had to deal with none of the pain. That's what sparked what is called Bacon's Rebellion. And it terrified the heck out of the ruling class, because for a brief, dangerous moment, the people at the bottom began to see each other not as enemies, but as allies. So family, once Bacon lit that match, the fire spread. It was fast. He wasn't just calling for protection from raids. He was calling for breaking of the old order and a challenge to the stranglehold that the elites had over every corner of Virginia life. Now imagine the scene. You got poor white indentured servants. Their contract's not up. They're hungry. They're bitter. They're standing shoulder to shoulder with black men and black women who have been condemned to bondage for life. And both of these groups have been living side by side in the fields and whispering at night and in the quarters and sharing scraps of food and watching their children grow up together in poverty while the wealthy grew fatter on tobacco. And they knew each other's pain. They had understanding. And so when Bacon raised his hammer, they answered. Okay? White men who had been whipped for laziness. Yeah, white men were getting whipped. Black men weren't the only ones getting the lash. White men, black men, all of them resisted. They marched together. They slipped away from the plantation. They joined the march, people from around. You had indentured white people from other masters. They followed Bacon's for the rebellion. And it was the first time in Virginia that the underclass of black people and white people found a common enemy. And that was the planter. And that terrified those people at the top. Imagine you have hundreds of servants. There's no Navy coming to rescue. There's no army. There's no police force. You just got hundreds of people, hundreds of servants, hundreds of black servants, white slaves, black slaves. They burned down plantations. They drove the wealthy people off the land. They set fire to Jamestown, the capital of the colony. Okay, that's the seat of the power, right? Engulfed in flames. So they panicked. They realized that the poor whites and the black people, when they saw each other as allies, the entire foundation of the colony would crumble. The entire plantation system will come. It's built on keeping people barely above the other, it would collapse overnight. So what do? Listen. They fought back with every tool of oppression that they had. Okay, they hunted down the rebels. They hung the poor whites who dared to raise up against them. They whipped the blacks who had joined the fight. But the most important thing they did was they built something else in the ashes. The division as they put it in the law. Okay, because the ruling class had learned a terrifying lesson. If poor people ever united across color, then the elites would be finished. Okay, now here's the thing. That alliance, as brief as it was, became the most dangerous thing in Virginia and that had ever seen. And that's why Bacon's Rebellion, somebody make sure you write that down. Bacon's Rebellion is not just about a man named Bacon. It's about what happens when the bottom of society looks around and sees each other and realize the enemy is not next to them, but above them. All right, so what did they end up doing? Well, Mr. Bacon died of dysentery in the fall of 1676, and the rebellion ended. It kind of faltered. And so the governor and his forces were able to regain control, and the poor whites and the enslaved blacks who had fought together, they were all rounded up, they were hung, they were whipped, they were executed. And so what they did was they got together, and how do we stop this alliance from forming again? And the answer came very simple. They invented race as a law. Okay, what did they do? Oh, well, before Bacon's Rebellion, the lines weren't so rigid. White people, indentured servants, black enslaved people, they worked in the same fields. They endured the same backbreaking labor. Sometimes they would escape together. Sometimes they even married and had children. So this is 1676. There was no segregation. Okay, I need y'all to understand that black people and white people were not segregated at that time. Those laws showed up later. There wasn't always segregation in this land. Bonds were forged. Families were joined. But after the rebellion, the elites decided to tear all of that apart. And what they did was they gave white people just a little bit more crumbs than they gave black people. And they gave them the feeling of making them feel above the black people. Okay? They bound black people to slavery for life. And the laws start rolling in. By 1680, Virginia passed lots of statutes. All black people and their children were enslaved for life. No more chance of freedom. White people could eventually, white servants, indentured servants could eventually earn land and tools and the right to bear arms. Black people couldn't bear arms, couldn't own land. Here's another one. White men were legally prohibited from marrying black women because before that, they were marrying each other. It wasn't a bunch of white women coming over to America to be indentured servants. It was a bunch of black people coming over to a bunch of white men coming over to, so they had to marry somebody, marry Native American or a black woman. But in this particular situation, if a white man married a black one, and they had children, the children were slaves. Okay? Any white person who helped black people escape, penalties. Harsh. This wasn't an accident. It was a deliberate blueprint to drive a wedge between poor whites and poor blacks, or in this case, enslaved blacks, and give the poor whites a little taste of privilege. You may be poor, but at least you're not black. And in exchange, they would defend the system that exploited them. That's how race as a social and legal category became hardened in law in America. It wasn't natural. It wasn't God-given. It was manufactured by the rich white people in the wake of Bacon's rebellion to keep the House divided. And it worked. It worked for centuries. You still have poor whites, right? You know, they sided with the rich planners back then. They sided with the politicians who keep them in poverty because of policies. Because they have been told that their whiteness gives them some status. Meanwhile, black people bore the full brunt of slavery and segregation and systematic violence. So when we ask, why did America become obsessed with race? Why? Because blackness was made into a permanent underclass. And the answer is right there in Bacon's rebellion. Okay? I need you all to understand that. That's how this thing happened. All right. Now, and we're still dealing with it. Okay, we are still dealing with it today. Now, remember, okay, we harken back to, they basically use race as a firewall. Whether we're talking about Jim Crow segregation, the Southern strategy, the war on drugs, it's all about divide and conquer. Okay. Now, the other thing is, I kind of want to explain something to you all, and I'm going to put this up on the screen. Charlie Kirk's death is truly a missed opportunity for Black people. Okay? And some of you all may not understand that, but I'm going to put this up because I want to get this out there. It's a missed opportunity for Black people. You guys let me know. Can you all see me? I don't know if we're having some issues with the screen. Let me know if you guys can see me here. I want to make sure this is up. Hit the #1 button. Looks like I'm having a little technical difficulty, I believe. If you guys can hear me clearly, hit the #1 button. Let me know. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, okay. So you good. All right, yeah, I think I lost you for a minute. I don't know. But I want to continue forward with this. I guess we'll call it a lecture, right? So why do I think Charlie Kirk's passing is a missed opportunity? Well, let's say it like this. So easy to prove wrong on the things he's wrong about, right? And the other thing you have to understand is that most racists today, they keep quiet. They've learned to keep quiet. They've learned to keep low key, and they keep it tucked inside, and they speak in coded language and dog whistles. They hide behind policy, and they hide behind culture wars, behind concerned citizen talk. Why? Because if they show their true face, they draw the wrong kind of attention. It sparks conflict, it breeds backlash, and eventually they pay the price. But then you got a man like Charlie Kirk, who was bold enough to speak his racism out loud and without apology. And whether you agree with him or despise him, that openness created an opportunity. It gave us the chance to challenge him in open forum, to confront his words head on, to expose the myths, to dismantle the lies in front of his followers. And when you take the fight into the light, you rob the poison of its power. You don't just argue with a man. You weaken the whole movement standing behind him. Now, I know some people will say, well, Charlie Kirk wasn't a racist. And here's a problem with that argument. It doesn't matter what label he wore for himself. What matters is that the racists believe he was their champion, and they flocked to him. They quoted him. They saw him as their voice. They calling this man the Martin Luther King of white people. That's, you know what I'm saying? And that's the Nationalist, right? And there's enough white people, and of course, not all races, and not all of them white nationalists, who still who think recognize and they appreciate and have adopted that racist rhetoric. And if they could see it, right, why should we ignore it? And as Black people, we've learned through centuries of hard-earned experience to err on the side of caution when it comes to challenging this rhetoric. And if someone consistently talks and acts in ways that racists celebrate, then we're gonna treat them accordingly. That's not paranoia. That's survival. Now, I know some folks out here, you're fans of Charlie Kirk. I know there are people right now who are in this broadcast. You've tried your best to polish up his reputation, to soften the edges, to make him look something other than what his own words showed us that he is. They don't want us to speak honestly because he's gone. Okay. But let's be clear, we're not talking bad about him personally. We're not dragging this man's name. What we're doing is what every civilized society must do. We're analyzing his views and his words and his rhetoric. Because here's the truth. Whether Charlie Kirk is alive or gone, the views did not die with him. They live on in the thousands and even millions who repeat his talking points daily, who they weaponize his words against us as Black people. And we've learned through bitter history that we can't afford to forget what someone stood for just because they passed away. And so, we're going, some are going to argue that he wasn't racist, but the problem with that is simple. The racists thought he was, okay, and they embraced him. And also understand that people who love him don't want to hear this. I get that. I understand his fans will say we're being unfair, that we're speaking ill of the dead. But listen closely. critiquing the man's views is not the same as attacking his family. And we can acknowledge the grief his wife and his children are facing without rewriting the truth about what he preached. We're not mocking this man's death, not on this page, okay? And I've specifically denounced that. But what we are doing is dissecting the ideas, because those ideas are still alive and dangerous. Let's not forget, Mr. Kirk was not a neutral. He wasn't neutral towards black people. It seemed like every other thing out of his mouth was anti-black. Shout out to Penny Ford. Thank you, baby. He made a career out of attacking DEI. Man questioned, the legitimate accomplishments of black professionals. The man said he would be hesitant to get on a plane with a black pilot flying the plane. He took Dr. King's words and tried to twist them against us. The man claimed that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake because people these days are using it. You got a misinterpretation of how it was originally intended. That's not harmless. Those aren't harmless opinions. Their weapons shape how black people are treated in this world today. And that's why we're not going to sanitize this man's legacy. If we do, we set ourselves up to repeat history. We missed the opportunity to challenge him, though, in public, to dismantle his views openly, to take the wind out of his sails, if you will, and those who followed him. That opportunity is gone. But his rhetoric remains. Okay? So that's why his death is not something to celebrate. And it is, in fact, a missed opportunity. Okay? Because with this man's assassination, we as foundational Black Americans lost the chance to put his words on trial in public, to challenge him in debate with our best scholars, and maybe even change some minds, maybe even change his mind. And that's why political assassination is never acceptable in a civilized society, no matter how much you disagree with a person. And we've seen it happen in our own ranks. Medgar Evers, Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Brother Fred Hampton, all of them were executed. And the truth is, violence robs us of the opportunity to win the real fight, the fight for the hearts and the minds of the public. And we missed that chance with Charlie Kirk. But his rhetoric still lingers, okay? And his followers are still out here. So, while we mourn, or while they mourn, we gonna mourn the lost opportunity to prove him wrong, okay? And that's how we're gonna win. But I wanna give you a great example of this, man. Let me see if I can pull this up. You guys know who Dr. Frances Cress Welsing is. I mentioned her name earlier. I'm going to put this up. This is you guys, if you don't know who Dr. Frances Cress Welsing is, that sucks for you. Excuse my language. But this is a sister here. Give me a second. I'm going to see if I can, there was a debate she was involved in 1974. Gosh. And I'm going to do my best to share this screen. Let me know if you guys can see that. Okay, can you see it? That's her right there. Beautiful sister. She passed away a few years ago. I'm gonna let it play, but you won't be able to hear it. But you guys can find it on the internet anytime. But I want to talk about what she did. Okay. So it was the early 1970s on public television. Okay, and there's a brother. His name was Tony Brown. And he had a show called Tony Brown's Journal, okay? And it was a live show. It was done in the studio. And, basically the gentleman she was debating, his name was William Shockley. And he promoted this this theory that Black Americans were innately less intelligent, a lot like some of these people who keep talking about IQ. Well, this is their daddy right there, okay? And Dr. Welsing, who's a doctor, a psychiatrist, her mother was a doctor. I believe her father was a doctor too. She came up with something called the Crest theory of color confrontation and racism. Well, basically, let me kind of try to break this down so you guys can kind of understand what was going on. So Shockley claimed that Black people's struggles were just our lower test scores, our high poverty rate. The issue was, it wasn't bad policies. It wasn't an unfair system. It was because of our genes. That's basically what they're saying. Our genes, genetics, okay? According to him, Black folk, Black communities had built-in deficits that couldn't be fixed with better schools or housing or laws. In short, the man argued that inequality was natural and permanent. And that's dangerous, because if you say inequality is biology, then society has no reason to change. And Dr. Welsing cut straight through that and pointed out that that was the same thing that we'll call him Mr. Swizzler and the Yahtzee said in Germany. And she reminded the audience that Black outcomes can't be separated from centuries of slavery and segregation and stolen resources, because these things created policy. Okay, not nature. That wasn't nature. And so Shockley, he popped out with some fertility charts and some census charts. He waved them around, saying, you know, that proved that poor, less educated Black women were having more children than college educated ones. And to him, that meant that Black people were reproducing from the bottom. It's the same thing that you say that we hear said right now. You even got Black people saying it. You got people like Fresh and Fit and all these other folk, and Andrew Tate saying the same thing, right? And aren't they saying that? So this is their daddy, okay? And if you guys would just look at how Dr. Francis Cress Welsing dealt with him, y'all be ready. Our ancestors gave us the answers, family. We just too lazy to look it up, and that's unfortunate. Nevertheless, this man Shockley said he suggested that we should pay Black people, Black women, to sterilize themselves. We should give them cash bonuses if they agree to sterilize themselves. He called it voluntary, and it's a way to fight genetic decline. And he claimed it would apply to everyone, no matter their race. But the way he presented it made it clear who the real targets were. Okay, it was poor women, especially poor Black women. And Dr. Welsing didn't let that slide. She reminded people that sterilization had already been used against women of color in the past, and the Shockley's bonus system, which he called it, was just the same old eugenics dressed up in a new idea. And so Shockley also leaned hard on the IQ test, okay? Saying the average Black scores were lower than white scores, and that this proved a fixed biological gap. He even claimed that because Black babies walked earlier than white babies, they matured faster, but supposedly peaked early. Okay. And he said, white children, they develop slower, but they reach higher intelligence later. In other words, he turned ordinary childhood differences into racial destiny. And Welsing shot that down, reminded everyone that the test scores and development are shaped by resources, environment, and racism, not by genes alone. The other thing is to make himself look, more respectable. He called his work raceology. Okay, raceology, and he pretended he's just doing neutral science, not pushing racist ideology. He painted himself as a victim of censorship. Not someone spreading white supremacy lies and talking points. He disguised. I guess this disguise gave him credibility in the media. Okay, But Wilson, she unmasked that. Dr. Wilson gave him that work. She unmasked that also. And she showed how calling something science doesn't make it neutral, because Skittler in Germany did the same thing with the Yahtzee propaganda by exposing so-called raceology as just another form of racism. And she made sure the audience saw through the costume. Now, the thing we have to ask ourselves is, what did she do? What did she do? Huh? What did she do to break him down like that? And let me let y'all just hear her speak briefly. I don't want to get demonetized, but I am gonna let her speak briefly so y'all can hear. Let me know if you can hear this, if it's being said. Hold on a minute. Oh yeah, there we go. Give me a second.
Today, another bombshell suggests empirical evidence of Black biological inferiority. The Bell Curve, a book by Charles Murray and the late Richard Herrnstein, cited statistics alleging that Blacks on average score 15 points below whites on IQ tests. They compared averages, not individuals, the authors asserted. True, because some of the...
I mean, these are real conversations that they were having in the 70s, okay, on national TV. This is
the highest test scores ever registered on IQ tests were made by Blacks. Okay. However,
you heard that? The highest test scores ever scored were made by Blacks. So that's just some empirical evidence that they can't get around, which I found to be interesting. Anyway, so basically what Dr. Wilson did was, she didn't just argue with Dr. Shockley, okay, as if he was one man with an opinion. She pulled the camera back. She told the audience that what they were really looking at was part of a worldwide system of racism, and that the system works through economics, schools, law, politics, media, sex, and war. And by naming the system, she forced people to see that Shockley wasn't just a lone scientist, okay, with some data. He was repeating the same old playbook, white supremacy and talking points. And you also start asking who benefits when Black people are labeled inferior, okay? And so the other thing she did was Dr. Wilson didn't let Shockley's chart graphs float around as just science. She showed the audience that the road those ideas traveled down was bumpy. She reminded people that the same kind of hereditary inferiority talk had been used by the Yahtzee party in Germany, where it turned into sterilization and concentration camps and mass unaliveness. She made people see the words like Shockley, what he's saying aren't harmless, okay? That's the same thing we have to deal with when we're dealing with these folk like Kirk and all these other people. This is the age that we're going into, okay? Because those are those things that these men are saying, those are the first steps toward dangerous policies. All right, and she pulled the mask off the argument, and she showed the end game. The other thing is when Shockley, and this man was a Nobel laureate in physics, okay, but when she held up the charts proving that Black women, or he held up the charts saying that Black women were less educated and had more children, Wilson didn't let the numbers stand alone. She asked the obvious question: who controls the damn schools? Who controls the wages? Who controls the housing? Who controls the healthcare? And if Black people are boxed into poverty and denied opportunity, of course the outcomes are going to look unequal. But that's not genetics, that's policy. That's governmental policy. She forced the audience to see that Shockley was blaming DNA for problems created by government and society. So again, Shockley tried to hide behind the lab coat. He called what he was doing raceology, right? Pretending it was neutral science. And so Dr. Wilson calmly cut that down. She reminded everyone that he wasn't even a trained geneticist. Just like you got all these half-baked, uneducated people. You guys are listening to people like Fresh and Fit. This man, these people, was he like a cop or something like that? Work for the FBI? He's telling you about your IQ. Are you kidding me? These people aren't even qualified to have these conversations. You guys are listening to Andrew Tate. This man is uneducated. None of these people have any sort of education, much less Nick Fuentes and all these people. And the other one, Charlie Kirk, this is a college dropout. You understand what I'm saying? And so, you know, you got these people out here acting like experts and they're not even qualified. They're simply wearing a costume. Okay. And she showed that his arguments weren't science at all. They were just ideology dressed up in charts with big words. And at one point she looked around, she looked right at him and asked the most direct question: do you believe black people are inferior because of heredity? And he didn't give a straight answer. Okay. He didn't say yes or no. Instead, he rattled off some memorized line about my research leads me to the conclusion, ... But standing next to her, plain question, his dodging was obvious. She showed the audience that sometimes the most powerful move is to cut through the fog and ask questions that nobody else is willing to say out loud. And so Welsing also highlighted why open debate matters. She said that the media's job was to put these views in light, because when lies hide in the dark, they grow. Okay? That's it. She compared it to the Yazis in Germany, where if the press had questioned Skittler, you know, claims, you know, openly about the gas chamber, it might not, none of that might have ever happened. But by doing this, okay, and the way she did it on TV, where everybody was watching, she proved her point. Sunlight kills lies, family. And so finally, as a psychiatrist, Dr. Welsing explained how racism doesn't just show up in numbers. It lives in people's daily experiences. She talked about how constant insults being ignored or being treated as less than wears down confidence and performance and opportunity. She showed that what Shockley was blaming on genes was really the result of years of social abuse and exclusion. And she connected the dots between the data on his charts and the lived experience and pain of black people. So what happened next? Because see, this was big news back then. After Drs. Frances Cress Welsing debated William Shockley, this famous scientist who won the Nobel Peace Prize, okay, who claimed black people were genetically inferior, something important happened. His ideas disappeared overnight. Okay, it's like she had won the Super Bowl, right? It was over. Okay? The more they, and here's the other thing, the more they were challenged in public, the weaker they became. Shockley started losing respect, not just with the black audience, but with the academics. The whole world, he became a laughing stock. They had some students at Dartmouth College, okay? Couldn't go. You understand? The kids wouldn't let him go. Same thing happened at Yale. He got yelled down. You see? I mean, this wasn't just anybody. You know those transistors? This man helped invent the transistor, okay? And he won a Nobel Prize in physics for helping invent the transistor that you use for your radios and other computers and TVs and whatnot. But once he started promoting these eugenics and talking about sterilizing people, other scientists stopped dealing with him. Some of the universities even cut ties with him. They had planned to give him an honorary degree, but after they heard about that sterilization, they cut, nah, we good. His reputation crumbled. By 1981, Shockley sued a newspaper that compared his ideas to Nazi experiments. Shout out to Hologram EMC. He won in court, but the jury gave him $1. Okay? So technically he got a legal victory, but socially it showed that almost nobody believed his work deserved respect. And so as the years went by, man, the dude just faded into the margins. Okay? His racial theory got pushed and people began calling them what they were, pseudoscience, racism dressed up as research, and his foundation and the funding dried up, and the man died in 1989, discredited, reputation in ruins, and probably broke. Okay, so keep that in mind. What our doctor did. Dr. Cresswell said, sunlight kills lies. Okay, your reputation is fragile, and she blew it up for him. Okay, so I'm going to take the opportunity to get down to what I've really been wanting to get down to. We're going to dispel Mr. Kirk's lies. Okay, Charlie Kirk is not with us, but the lies he spread is still alive and circulating. And we can't afford to let them stand unchallenged. Why? Because lies about Black people don't just live on podcasts or tweets. They grow legs, family. They become stereotypes. They shape laws. They fuel police stops. They justify harsher sentences. And they make the world more dangerous for us and our children. And so tonight, this morning, wherever you are, I'm going to take this opportunity to shine a light directly on two of his most poisonous claims. The first is a lie that Black people are unaliving white people, and it's some kind of epidemic, right? And when the FBI stats say otherwise, okay? The other thing I'm going to do is talk about when he says that 2 out of 3 Black men impregnate women and don't stay with the kids. We're going to deal with this, okay? See, that phrase is not only sloppy, it's dishonest, and it twists the numbers and paint us Black men as irresponsible when in fact, the majority of Black men when we do become fathers, we raise our children, we do a great job at it. And we're the most involved fathers, actually. But, before I get to that, let me go on ahead and I'm an honest person, all right? And so I'm gonna let you all hear some of this man's work. Let's go ahead and let you hear some of the other things that some of the other things he said, so you could be a judge. And I understand why the man had fans, because some of the things he said, people agree with. Now, let's go ahead and get this link going. And I appreciate everybody who's contributed to the Super Chat and the Cash App and the PayPal. I will make sure I acknowledge all of you at the end of the broadcast, but I think this is an important thing that I'm doing. So let's go ahead and let it play. Okay, now, let me see here. Some of the stuff we're going to agree with, okay? Some of the stuff we're not going to agree with. All right, let's start off with this one. Let's start off with that right there. Boom. Take a listen.
Better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000.
He's talking about Black people. They were better off in the 1960s. That's us. When we were poor. Dealing with Jim Crow. 60% of us were living below the poverty line. Listen to the man.
Black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
That's your explanation. But I guess,
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been
that affected
in the last 80 years.
The generational psyche of an entire group of people?
No, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just shows.
The man wants us to go back to being. The man wanted us to go back to being shoe shines and domestics. Okay, because that's what we were doing before the 1960s. I just want you to keep that in mind. Okay, let's look at some more. Let's look at some more. All right, this is what the man said. All right, keep on listening.
Community, dads are the most absent of any community. About 2/3 of all Black youth will be raised without a stable father around, and I know it's crazy, right? And that little precious angel of yours deserves to have a father around. For daughters and for sons, it's different things. For a daughter, that's a father figure to look up to say that is how a man should act, and someone that I ought to one day marry, someone that will protect me from a vicious world, and someone that makes me understand what strength and not brutality looks like. what justice but not revenge looks like. To have a father figure is a silent way of forming a child to be a mature citizen. And unfortunately, as we've removed dad.
I want you to understand what this man is saying. This man is saying 66% of black men, 2/3 of black men just don't have anything to do with their children. That's what that's what it sounds like. Now keep in mind, it's 22 million black men in America. He's basically saying out of that about 15 million are. This is how that comes across. Okay, but let's keep listening.
Dads from families, government has come in and has taken the place. So some people need help and they need social assistance. All of that should be about incentivizing the dad staying around, not the dad leaving. Unfortunately, with welfare, you can get more money for single mother assistance.
This is very true.
And so you agree. We're actually subsidizing single motherhood more than we are subsidizing family formation. The number one objective of any social welfare program should be, how do we keep the family together and put dads back in the family? Yes. That is the number one priority.
Keep on going. Let's keep on going. This is what the man said. Not my words.
What exactly is going on here? Well, very few people are willing. Juneteenth. What exactly is going on here? Well, very few people are willing to actually call this out. From the first time that this was floated as a federal holiday, I am thankful and proud to say on this program we opposed it. This is not about out of many one. No, it's about a certain skin color now gets their own summertime celebration, the exact same thing that happens before NFL games where they play the black national anthem. This recognition of this as a quote-unquote federal holiday.
I mean, what's his obsession with black people, was the first question. But the bottom line is, why do you even care? I mean, what does that have to do with our well-being, or lack thereof?
Comes right out of the 1619 Project. Look who's most excited that this is a federal holiday. And they're not talking about this as a massive celebration. Oh, wow, look how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. Now we have a full day to be able to smear and slander white America.
Centering
this
yourself.
Holiday is a wedge, and I put in quotes, holiday is a wedge used to push for countless destructive policies demanded by BLM. And remember what BLM stands for: burn, loot, and murder.
All right, let's go.
Juneteenth becoming a federal holiday is a nationalized race hustle.
Okay. All right, let's keep on going. All you people who support them.
The black community gotten poorer since the passage of the Civil Rights Act. Tell me that.
Because of the way
he's coming from the premise. Now, mind you, he said some stuff about the Civil Rights Act. Yeah, we don't like the way it's interpreted, but now he's saying, generally speaking, black people have gotten poorer since we were given rights. That's what, and you ask, and look at this young man. This young man is not prepared for this conversation. This man is not a Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. This is just some young kid with, who's asking questions.
The culture has been perpetuated through the years.
Hold on. Think about it. Why is it that black America has gotten richer on average, poorer on average, since America passed all these anti-racist laws?
I can't answer them.
Okay, yeah. So do you think the fact that 70% of black youth don't have a dad around is probably pretty important?
That's because of the culture.
So let respectfully.
Look at everybody clap. It went from 2/3. It went from 2/3 of black people that don't have a father, and now it's 75%. 75% of black children don't have a dad around at all. He just disappeared. I want you to understand that. Oh, he don't. Not that his mom got divorced or they got separated or they never married, and he only comes around. No, he just disappeared. They just ghosted. Like they just went straight Casper. I want you to think about that. Allow
me to interject. How does the white culture impact the fact whether or not a black dad stays around when he impregnates a woman?
I'm not saying it's the white culture.
What is it?
The culture that has been perpetuated through the 200 years of slavery.
And this young man just have he just got a pre-stated statement. You see what I'm saying?
100 years of segregation and
blah,
Jim
blah,
Crow
blah.
laws.
The marriage, so I got to...
Somebody type blah, 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 pre-state. You're not even answering. The boy's not, the young man's not.
Interject again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt too much. But in 1960...
And also, this is the problem with academia right now. You don't have people who actually think. And that young man is probably a young college student. He's just heard something some professor has said that professor heard when he was in college. Nobody's actually thinking.
60, before the Civil Rights Act, 20% of black youth had a dad around. Now it's, 20% were single fathers, 80% had a dad around. It's been inverted. So
he's talking about the marriage rate. Okay. And I get that, but you can be married and never see your children. I know some people like that. But
we actually have seen black dads run away from their kids.
Run away. Listen to the language. Run away.
Last 60 years.
All right.
Why is that?
Because of the raised incarceration rates, because of the perpetuated
That's not
culture.
true. That's
So
not
how
even true, young man, because there's not even that many black men who are in prison at the height of the incarceration rate. But
does one go to jail?
That's obvious. I'm not answering that question.
Yeah, so maybe it's because they committed crimes. The Holocaust was 80 years ago.
You see how embarrassing this is when you have unqualified people trying to hold conversations on behalf of black folk. You see, it's just not qualified. Let's keep going.
Half of all the Jews on the planet were killed. Everything they earned was taken. Jews are doing great. They're the wealthiest subgroup, racial group or ethnic group in America. If all of a sudden something that happened 80 years ago impacts your material prosperity, how did Jews defy the curve? How did poor Asians do so well? Why is it that Asians are now the wealthiest?
Basically saying that blacks are pathologically, genetically deficient. It's the same thing that Shockley had to say. Okay, same argument.
Minority in America, many of whom came with no money in the 1950s.
At that point, the question should have been, sir, do you believe that black people are genetically inferior and they have no possibility of that? That's where the question would need to be asked right there. But let's move on. Here we go. Let's keep going.
Now, black America really needs to get its act together and stop sleeping around all the time. And it needs to actually have
Why would you?
Because it's true. Let's look at the evidence. You said to myself, you said there's all these people suffering in Chicago. There's all these people that are terrible. I'm telling you why. It's because there's been bad decisions that have been institutionalized, and rap artists and athletes and people at the top level of black society that refuse to ever challenge the core rot in black America, which is that they are allowing degeneracy and hedonism to eat the soul of what once was a beautiful black culture. And instead they go around saying it's the boogeyman of racism, the white man is out to get you, and the result is black America is doing worse than it was in the 1960s.
This is what's been out there, just letting it go. Huh? Let's keep listening.
Songs
which
and
influences
role models. I mean, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't think that songs that are talking about like glorifying wet female genitalia is exactly, I don't know which one wrote that song. Which one was it?
I think it was Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, that's right. But by the way, the role models of the 1940s and 50s for black America were completely different.
So it is a representation issue.
Hold on a second. No, not representation. It's who do you get your art from? It's what values are they putting forward? For example, more times than not, black politicians will lament the condition of America. It's systemically racist. It's terrible. What does that do to a 14-year-old black kid if you just find that you hear that everything is rigged against you? Instead, they should be saying, hey, there might be some barriers, but if you believe in yourself enough, you can achieve in this country.
If you believe, you can achieve.
It creates a form of social conditioning of low expectations, and that's not my argument. You know whose argument that is? Barack Obama's.
Okay. So, you know, you hear it, right? These are some of his greatest hits as far as black people are concerned. You know, he's not the only one. You know, there's a lot of people who say that. And here's the cold part about it. Some of the stuff a lot of you all would agree with. I played this earlier, and I'm gonna play it again. Just a lot of black people.
It was a mistake. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so the parts of the Civil Rights Act were great, but the way it's now being implemented to force men in female bathrooms.
Now, that's not what he said before. He said the Civil Rights Act was bad for black people because now they're poor. Now he said, oh, no, it's because it's being interpreted wrong.
To push forward of the trans agenda, the intent of the Civil Rights Act is way beyond what it was originally authored for.
But the intent specifically originally was to...
Well, that's interesting. So the intent and the law are two different things. So the intent was noble, which was to say that no American can be not allowed into a place of business based on the color of their skin or their ethnic heritage. Totally agreement with that. Totally agreement with that. Totally agreement with that. That's not what the law only did. It created a massive anti-racist DEI army that then gave us affirmative action. For example, recently, Merrick Garland sued using the Civil Rights Act, saying that we cannot have voter ID in certain states because it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act. So basically what the Civil Rights Act did is that it went beyond disparate impact and then went to disparate effect. In the sense where if black Americans are not doing as well as white Americans in a certain category, you can now use the Civil Rights Act and say that's a violation of the Civil Rights Act, even though there might be other contributing factors. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's too broad, too wide, and it's now doing a lot of damage to the country. It's being used well beyond its original.
And of course, we were poor, right? So we should repeal it.
You said the Civil Rights.
Okay. Now, you see that little lady right there? She probably agreed with that. Let's listen to some more stuff that many of you. So you know, we're here to debunk the man's false rhetoric.
You coming for me?
What's your name? Nice to meet you.
Hello, my name's Nduka Baduga. I know that's a mouthful,
I
right?
love that.
I'm Nigerian. I'm Igbo. My dad came here. My dad came here in the 1980s. He was a survivor of the Nigerian Civil War, and there was a massive genocide against my tribe or ethnicity in Nigeria.
Are you in the Muslim or the Christian?
I'm the Christian.
Yeah, which was totally persecuted by radical Islam. So God bless you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have one question. So I do agree with you because I was here originally to ask you about your opinion about aid to foreign countries and stuff like that in Africa, et cetera, because my argument originally was that yes, the United States gives aid to Africa, but that doesn't help.
This exchange is pretty, back and forth, and there's nothing in this exchange I don't disagree with. Okay.
Now I have a follow-up question for that. So essentially, I wonder, since America and Western countries own a significant amount of the oil in third world countries, et cetera, how do you guys, if you guys don't give aid to these countries, because the aid doesn't help them, it destabilizes them. So the aid destabilizes these countries, and it's where you guys get your cheap labor and oil from. So how do you guys intend to replace those profits while losing the source of profit?
Great question. Let me. I think what you mean by you guys, you mean like conservatives or people.
No, not conservatives. I mean this is Democrat, Republican. Okay. It's like a Western.
No, I know, but you're an American, right?
Yeah.
So it's us. I just want to make sure you're an American. I'm an American. So I don't want to do the guys thing. Is that cool?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, Nigeria. We can talk about Nigeria in particular. It's
like the dude was like, no, I'm not an American. I'm going back to Nigeria as soon as I get this money.
Most populated African country. It's the wealthiest African country. Lots of oil, but unfortunately, as you know, a permanent oligarchy that is immovable. The answer to the question is, how do we help African countries other than...
No, I'm asking the question of, like, you guys, essentially what you guys want to do is you guys want each country to use their own resources and stuff like that to make themselves great.
Well, but yeah, I suppose in Nigeria, I don't think American interests own a lot of the oil in Nigeria. I could be incorrect. I think it's,
Shell,
but that's Dutch.
But Shell is like a British, Anglo-British.
It's a Dutch company. Yeah.
And there are other.
This is an important point. Way deeper conversation, not a debate, which is that a lot of these countries should entertain trying to own their own mineral deposits and their own oil.
I agree.
There's an example of this which is against the CIA. In the 1960s, Iran discovered they had all this oil. The Brits and the whole story of the Shah and Mossadegh, right? So you had Mossadegh that rose to power saying we're going to nationalize the oil, we're going to really be rich. We got mad about that. We displaced him. We put in the Shah. He was sick, and then of course you get the Ayatollah after that. I don't think we disagree at all. I think that yes, I mean that I'm inherently against imperialism. So
okay, so my biggest question with that is that if America is getting cheap labor and cheap oil from Nigeria and other countries, how are they going to replace that cheap oil and cheap labor that they're getting if they leave those countries?
We have a lot of oil here. We don't need.
But labor would not be cheap.
Yeah, so what you mean is like immigration labor, or
yeah, so like how do we replace the cheap labor? Because
well, so yeah, as far as labor, that window is closing. I mean, mass robotics and AI are going to close the labor gap in the next 10 years. The idea of needing
I agree with that. Okay, robotics and mass and AI are going to change the labor. Didn't I just say that a couple of weeks ago? We either going to put these people in jail, but we're going to get them out of here because we don't need them anymore. We don't need the extra labor. And that's why there's been such a crackdown on immigration. All right, but let's keep living. I agree with it, right? So he's right. This is a great exchange. He's right.
The idea of needing cheap labor.
We're not here to just confront the man on everything he said. We're focused on the false anti-black white nationalist rhetoric. That's what we're here to expose. So I want to be clear about that.
That's going to be over in about 10 years. There's about a 10-year window on that. So, and also, final point is I think the mass adoption of AI can make African countries very, very wealthy. Because if every single African youth has a smartphone with AI, they basically can have the same learning capacity of somebody in the Western world. It could theoretically, not that it will, close the learning gap between the third world and the first world. So thank you. God bless you.
Can I ask one more question?
I liked your name, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much all he said. So again, like I've been saying, we're here to deal with the false stuff that he's saying. Now, some of you all listen to that and you agree with it, right? You agree with what he's saying. And see, there are other people out there, and it's not just the benign stuff. Okay, I'm gonna let you hear something from this other fella. Right?
Specifically against white people race mixing, because whites are.
I want you to hear what he's saying. Listen.
Race mixing is wrong. I am specifically against white people race mixing because whites are the minority on the planet. 7% of the world population is white. 100 years ago, it was like 30%. If all the white people race mixed, we'd disappear. So we need enough white people to not race mix. If a black...
He's right, right? We talked earlier. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said the same thing. I mentioned it earlier. If white people mix with people of color, they lose their whiteness. Okay, he's not wrong. I agree with that. Let's keep listening.
Black and brown person race mix, whatever. There's so many. Those people don't really have a problem with repopulating. White people just don't have a lot of kids anymore. And then when white people race mix, I'm like, well, that was pointless. You didn't make more white babies, bro. So I'm specifically against white people race mixing because I want there to be more white people. And I want to have a white country with people that look like me and act like me and think like me.
So you hear what he said, right? That's racist, right? Is it racist? But a lot of you all have the same views, right? Let's get somebody else in here that we've seen before. This is their
appeal of a mixed race relationship. I get it. I mean, I find other races attractive also. And, you know, if I was in love with a person from another race, I would probably want to build a life with them also. But my values are not just who I'm in love with and things like that. It's also my heritage, my identity, my race. And, you know, I like the idea. It is important to me. My parents look a certain way. Their parents look a certain way. We come from a certain place. I like the unbroken chain. And I want my grandchildren and great-grandchildren to have a similar complexion. I want them to have similar hair. I want, you know, because these kinds of things, they echo. We're all connected, not just in time, horizontally, but vertically across the generations. And so the idea that, you know, 2 or 3 generations down the line, one of my children bears no resemblance to me at all. It's almost as if we're not related. It's almost as if I never existed. And there's something very disturbing to me about that. And I can understand why people are okay with that, you know, because people have various feelings about race. They say, I don't care about my race or whatever, but I do.
Okay, so, I mean, all the folk in the chat room, okay, were those 2 gentlemen racist for what they said? Huh? And if not, I guess, do you all harbor any of those sentiments? Right? I'm just asking. Do you feel like he was? Let's take a quick poll. Those 2 men said they don't believe in race mixing, especially for white people, because it would mean white people would disappear. All right. Now, the thing is, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said the same thing. The second fella said, hey, I want my children and my children's children to look like me. Okay, I don't want to go 2 or 3 generations down the road and none of my children and great-grandchildren look like me, so I'm against race mixing. Right? We've heard them. Is there a problem with that? If you got a problem with that, fine. But here's the thing: if you have a problem with them saying it, then you should have a problem with this.
A white woman? Do you tell him that? Yes. How old's your son? 21. And he's not allowed to date?
Not, he could date who he want, but they can't come in my house, and I'm not gonna have no parts of it. I don't want no mixed babies. I want a black baby, grandchild. That's what I want.
You heard what the sister said. She said she want a black baby. She listen to her again. Okay.
I don't want my son come home with no white woman.
Do you tell him that?
Yes.
How old's your son?
21.
And he's not allowed to date?
Not, he could date who he want, but they can't come in my house, and I'm not gonna have no parts of it. I don't want no mixed babies. I want a black baby, grandchild. That's what I want.
All right. So what we've learned is a lot of the things that Charlie Kirk said and these white nationalists say we disagree with. Some of them we do understand where they're coming from, and some of us may have some of the same beliefs. Okay. But what we want to deal with specifically today is I want to talk about these lies being spread, specifically the one that says that 2/3, and I'm gonna let this play. It was a 2/3 or 3/4 of black men abandon their children. There's two of them, and here is I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna let these two videos play. We're gonna go ahead and dig into it. All right, we're gonna land this plane in a minute.
Getting married and then leaving their
Not
families.
getting married. That's the problem. What I'm saying is the data. I'm saying 2 out of 3 black men impregnate women and don't stay with them.
2 out of 3 black men impregnate women and don't stay with them.
Sir, I'm telling you that 54% of black men, according to the CDC study 2023 National Health Statistics Reports, literally says that 54% don't even have children.
I know that's a complete different stat. Everyone knows what I'm saying and not what you're saying. That's a complete different. That's like a. So what I'm saying is that if you have a black child, which obviously exists for some reason, right? Somebody did something to make that black baby.
Okay.
2 out of 3 times the dad will not be around. Fact. Done.
All right.
Yeah, it's only out of. Thank you. The statistics are actually out of only those who have kids.
So you got black men who are married also. They're not abandoning their children and families at high rates.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the vast majority of black babies are born out of wedlock with abandoned fathers.
Okay, so let's do this. Now, if that's bad for black, if that's bad for a black
It's
baby,
bad for all. It's bad for everybody.
So then shouldn't that be your main line then?
It is actually. Everywhere I go, I talk about that.
When you do it, you kind of focus on black men as if somehow we're the only ones that, that's part of that problem.
No, it is a black men abandonment issue, of course. I mean, would you agree that's probably the biggest issue?
Now, I want you to understand that white men are the original baby daddies all throughout the earth. But nevertheless, let's keep going.
Issue facing black America's lack of dads.
It's one of the issues.
Okay, what is the biggest issue?
I don't know. I haven't kind of thought about that.
I want you to think about it over the next couple of days. We as conservatives believe,
because we got a lot of problems, but I'll
the breakdown of family, we believe, is the original sin of what's happening. We think that truth transcends color. It's true for white people, black people, Asians, and Hispanics. Final thought.
Okay, fine. Good question. I mean, good conversation. That's just, my thing is, when I hear you talk about it, it seems like you're framing it improperly. And then people are here saying that I'm doing it improperly, but,
a lot of people don't, they know something is wrong, but they don't know how to articulate it. That's the problem.
I'm a black man in America. I know something about it.
I'm just offering you grace. I'm not saying that your number is wrong. Just saying that it's a statistic that wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was saying. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There's another one.
You to look up here so you don't realize that this has been in your face the whole time. Focus.
1 out of 4 blacks in America have a mom and a dad around.
You know how magicians get you to look up here so you don't realize that this has been in your face the whole time? Focus on the black community. That way we don't have to talk about the problems in the white community. You're worried about raindrops. I'm worried about the flood. 75% of white-collar crime in 2022 was committed by white people. 75%. White household income is roughly $80,000 a year. Black household income is roughly $53,000 a year. I know you like a good per capita number, so 41 out of every 1,000 white people have a schmopioid addiction issue. 18 out of every 1,000 black people. That's
so what this fella is saying is white people have our own problems. Why are we focused on black problems? But I'm gonna deal with that
more than double. Mental health issues, 22 out of every 100 white. 17 out of every 100 black. This one's a doozy, hold on. The self-unaliving rate is 15.7 per 100,000 white, or 7.5 per 100,000 black. Double and then some white people. Thought everything was good for us and we got all the good things. Why are we doing that to ourselves?
Right.
And why aren't we talking about it? Now you also like to bring up welfare programs. You ready? SNAP or food stamps. 38.6% Caucasian. 24% black. To those white people who say, I don't use welfare, public school systems are welfare programs. Look it up. Not only is it money, but we also have a higher life expectancy by like 4 years and 3 months.
All right, family. Thank you so much. Check this out. We need to dispel some of these myths. Okay. Now, the first myth that I want to dispel is the one you heard where the gentleman, Charlie Kirk, is basically saying that, and none of this is neutral. Okay. Don't believe that any of it is neutral. And when you hear these distorted facts, and you just take them without challenging them, you allow it to just fester. It's a problem. Now, here's the thing. The lie is that 2 out of 3 black men impregnate women and don't stay. Okay. And this isn't about math. It's about myth. It's part of the same white supremacist system that has always painted black men as reckless, hypersexual, and irresponsible. And the lie is designed to stigmatize us, to strip us of our dignity, and to justify why our families are policed harder and surveilled more and given fewer resources. This isn't truth-telling, it's propaganda. Now, when this lie is repeated, and you hear it on social media, or television, in the classroom, or on the campaign trail, it isn't just talk. It's the soil where destructive policies grow. If people believe black men refuse to raise our children, then every failing school, every gutted job program, every other police block can be blamed on culture instead of racism. That's how the system washes its hands, by pointing the finger at us. Now, let's look at the data that they leave out. When we talk about births outside of marriage, okay, that is not equivalent to abandonment. In 2023, around 70% of births to black women were to unfathered or unmarried mothers. But unmarried does not mean absent, gone, ghost, just disappeared. Fathers co-parent. They live with their kids or they marry later. All right. Living arrangements. Have we thought about that? Nearly half, which is 47.5% of black children, lived without a resident father in 2023. That's not 2/3. Okay. That's less than half. Okay. And shrinking. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not 2/3 or 75%. It's 47.5% of black children live without a resident father in 2023. That's less than half. Why is no one challenging this man on this? Where's Dr. Umar Johnson? Where are all these great black thinkers? Where are all these educated people? It's right there in the CDC stats. We let this man go on and on and on, and we let these white supremacist nationalists go on and on with these talking points, and it's right there in the CDC stats. Less than half of black children, that is 47.5%, live without a resident father in 2023. And that's the most recent stats. Now, by the age 49, 81% of black men are fathers. That means the overwhelming majority do raise children. The 2/3 lie erases that fact. And here's some cold part. There's a landmark CDC study to show that black fathers who live with their kids are more involved in daily care than white men are, or Hispanic men are, or Asian men are. We read to our children. We help them with their homework. We prepare their meals. We bathe them. Black dads lead every category. That is the truth. And that was a 2015 CDC study. The truth. The truth, the stereotypes try to buy. So when someone says 2 out of 3 black men leave, they are cherry picking one number and stripping it out of context. Numbers without context are not facts, they're weapons. So like, look, that's like when Shockley was calling his eugenics project raceology. Those who push this myth dress it up as just statistics, but it's not science, it's ideology. It erases the policies that destabilizes our family. Mass incarceration that pull fathers out of the homes, the war on drugs that criminalize our survival, the discriminatory housing practices and jobs that cornered whole communities in poverty. Pointing out black men without pointing out those fat forces it's not analysis, it's propaganda. So here's a simple question. If black men are supposedly absent, how do you explain the CDC finding that black dads are the most engaged fathers when they're in the home? How do you explain the millions of us who are married, co-parenting, or present in our kids' lives every single day? That the lie collapses under its own weight. The truth is simple, family. Black men do raise our children. What's missing is recognition, because to admit it would destroy the racist myth that props up this white supremacist lie. And this is why it matters. This isn't just trash talk. It shapes lives. Courts use it to stereotype black fathers as unfit. Employers use it to doubt our responsibility. Police use it to justify treating our kids as fatherless threats. Just like Shockley's charts were a policy trial balloon, this lie is a policy weapon. It takes problems created by systematic racism and pins them on black men as if we are born defective. You understand? Understand, when they say 2 out of 3 black men abandon their kids, they're recycling racist myths as old as slavery. But the facts is their own government numbers prove it wrong. The overwhelming majority of black men become fathers. We raise our children, and when present in the home, we're the most involved in America. This isn't just about correcting stats. It's about breaking down a narrative that was never meant to describe us, only to control us. And like every lie of white supremacy, when you shine a light on it, it crumbles. You understand me? Now, I want to hit another one. And I know it took me a long time to get to where I'm going, but this is an overseas flight, baby. Okay? I want another one I want to talk about. A real nasty one that's got these white folk in an uproar. Okay? There's this myth, okay? This lie that black people are unaliving white people at some huge rate. No white person is safe, okay? When the FBI statistics show that's not true either. They're saying black people are unaliving and we commit more crime, but that's just not true. Whites overwhelmingly unalive other white people, okay? Black people overwhelmingly unalive other black people. Because murder is a proximity crime, okay? And that's the truth they don't want to hear. Look, check this out. So many of these white nationalists, they say, and it's not an isolated opinion, it's part of a larger system of white supremacy, a system that depends on manufacturing fear of black people to justify repression. When you hear black people are unaliving white people, you're hearing the same narrative used for centuries to rationalize lynchings and Jim Crow laws and mass incarceration. It's propaganda, not data. When someone repeats this lie, they're not simply making an observation, they're preparing the ground for policy. What is the implication? more policing black neighborhoods, more prisons filled with black men and black women and black boys and black girls, more justification for discrimination in schools, housing, and employment. This is not innocent rhetoric. It's propaganda to make state violence possible, the same that the Yazidis use in their propaganda against the Jews. Genetic inferiority. That's what they said about it. That's what they said. Even though Jewish people have the highest IQ amongst all groups that I know of, one of the highest. Look at some of your greatest inventors, Einstein, all these other folk. But nevertheless, that lie paved the way for concentration camps. Now look, let's look at the FBI data. Let's look at their statistics. The FBI says this. So it's not like they don't know it's a lie. Okay? This is from 2019. I put the chart up. White victims of unalivement, 3,299 that year. Okay? Of those, 2,594, almost 2,600 of that 3,300 were white people killed unalived by other white people. That's 8 out of 10. How many unalived by black people? 566. Okay? That's what I need you to understand. So the FBI itself tells us that the majority of whites who are unalived in America are unalived by other white people. It's a proximity crime. Do y'all live next to white people? Okay, we don't live, look, let me just, for everybody looking over, we don't even live here in America. We are still segregated by choice. We barely even see white people unless you live in the mixed neighborhood or whatnot. Okay? People, unalived people who they live around. White people live around white people. Black people live around black people. That's why black victims overwhelmingly are unalived by other black offenders. Specifically, 2,574 black people. Okay? Black offenders have unalived let me say it like this. There's 2,906 black people who are unalived in 2023. 2,574 were unalived by other black people. It's not culture, it's genetics. Okay, it's not genetics, it's geography. It's not culture, it's not genetics, it's geography. It is sociology. So when you have people like Mr. Kirk, okay, they leave this out of context. It strips the numbers from their environment and calls it proof. But the numbers without context, that's not science. That's just propaganda. So, you have somebody, he'll say, I'm just stating facts. But this is the same so-called neutral mass that you saw Shockley wore when he called his project raceology. When you present selective statistics without the context of housing, segregation, economic exclusion, poverty, and social proximity, you're not speaking as a scientist, you're speaking as a propagandist. So let us ask the question directly. If the FBI tells us that nearly 80% of white people are unalived by other white people, why does Mr. Kirk and the people like him and all these other folk, these white nationalists, why do they say the danger is black men? Or black people? Why ignore the far larger problem? The answer is not in the data. The answer is in the system that needs black people framed as a threat in order to preserve white dominance. And let us be very clear about something. This is not an academic debate. These are just straight up lies. You see? And these lies kill. When you label a whole community as a threat to white people, you invite police to treat them as dangerous before they even speak. You justify harsher sentences, longer stops, and more deadly force. Propaganda always precedes policy, and policy destroys lives. So I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Racism is not just one person's prejudice. It's a global system of white supremacy maintained through lies, through propaganda, through distortions, like the one you just heard. Those two. If we don't challenge those openly, family, if we let them stand, then we make concentration camps and prisons and lynch mobs possible. So I don't just reject these white nationalist talking points and these talking points and Mr. Kirk said, I name it. I name it for what it is, a deliberate distortion designed to shift blame, designed to criminalize blackness, designed to protect a system that fears equality more than it fears violence. Now look here. Okay? Listen now. We took two of the ugliest lies about us, and just like that, in the past 15 minutes, right? Number one, that we're and dispel them, that black folk, specifically black men, are a violent threat to white people, and that black men don't raise their children and put them under the light, just like we've been taught by our ancestors. And we stripped away the mask. We dragged the missing context back and showed how these so-called facts are really just propaganda. The FBI's own data proves that the unalived rate is overwhelmingly a proximity crime, not a racial one. The CDC's own studies prove that black fathers who live with their children are more engaged than any other group in America. Yet the system needs these lies to live because they justify the policies that police us, incarcerate us, and starve our community of resources. And this is why this work that I'm doing matters. Lies about us don't just live in textbooks or social media, TikTok and X. They shape laws and shape courts and shape jobs. They shape our children, how they're treated, and they're weapons aimed at our survival. By confronting them openly, by exposing them for what they are, we take the first step toward disarming them. And the truth is not just defense, it is offense. It's how we protect our families, how we reclaim our dignity, and how we make sure the next generation grows up knowing not just who they are, but what they're worth. Now, as I stated earlier, we are living in a racially charged, hostile American environment, and this is not new. And for some people, especially immigrants, those who've been shielded by us, this is their first time seeing America for what it really is. But for foundational Black Americans, this is nothing new. We have seen this before. We've lived it before. We have survived it before. Every time we've gained freedom, wealth, a political voice, there's been a violent backlash waiting right around the corner. And what they're seeing now firsthand, our ancestors saw in blood and fire for generations. And so to understand where Black America, why we move the way we do, why our culture is built for survival and resilience, and why we fight, we need to look back at the record from Memphis in 1866, where freedmen were unalived just for trying to live, to Tulsa in 1921, one of the wealthiest Black communities in America was burned to the ground. The story's the same. When we rise, white rage strikes. And that's not speculation, that's history. And the receipts are written in massacres and burned homes and stolen land. Talk to me now. I want to tell you about some of this. Look, Memphis, Tennessee, 1866, fresh out of slavery. It became the stage for one of the first major outbursts of white rage during the Reconstruction era. White cops and mobs turned their fury on Black Union veterans. These are soldiers. What began as a confrontation escalated into 3 days of terror. Homes, Black homes were burned, Black churches were burned, schools built by freedmen were burned to the ground. And the white folks, the white mob was emboldened by the police and the city officials. These folk moved through the Black community and attacked everybody they could find. At least 46 Black people were unalived, and more than 70 were wounded. 100 were robbed and raped and assaulted. This is what after slavery. And this wasn't random. This was deliberate to put free Black people back in their place. And the very fact that Black people, men wore a uniform, a union uniform that demanded equal treatment, enraged these white folk who had just lost the war. And what did they do? The violence sent a message. Freedom would be tolerated, but equality would not. And we can go down to New Orleans, 1866, same year, July, white rage struck New Orleans. You had black and white Republicans were holding a peaceful convention to demand voting rights for freedmen. And this is in a simple plea for democracy. But the police were controlled by ex-Confederates, and they opened fire. The white mob joined in and attacking the convention hall. Then it spilled into the streets, and the massacre left 50 people unalive. More than 150 wounded. Imagine if they had 50 people. This is the same year as the one that happened in Memphis. So now you got 100 black people unalive, 150 wounded, men, women, and children. This is in the heart of New Orleans. They targeted the leadership, the ministers, the teachers, the politicians. These weren't Pookies and Ray Rays out there thugging it out. These were our leaders. This wasn't about crime or disorder, it was about power. Former Confederates saw the possibility of black suffrage as a direct threat to their return to dominance, so they answered the ballots with bullets. And the violence in New Orleans showed how fragile Reconstruction would be and how little protection the federal government can be. Let's go back to this Vicksburg, Mississippi, 1874. There's a clear pattern here. Whenever black people gain a foothold in politics or leadership, white mobs moved in to erase it. In Vicksburg, Mississippi, the spark was an election of Peter Crosby. He was a black man chosen to be sheriff by the majority of the population of the county. And Crosby's victory represented the promise of Reconstruction. Black citizens were exercising their rights to vote and choose their leaders and who they want representing them. But you had at that time these white people who were Democrats. They wasn't going to accept that. So a white militia, okay, they were determined to remove the sheriff and reassert control. Okay, hundreds of black men, women, and children were unalived in violence, just a massacre. It broke the back of the black political power in Vicksburg and sent shockwaves across Mississippi. And so for white supremacists, it was proof that guns could succeed where ballots failed. And for black folks, it was another lesson that even legally elected officials could be stripped away through violence and terror. What about Wilmington, North Carolina? Have y'all heard any of this? Some of you all have. November 10th, 1898, Wilmington witnessed the only successful coup in American history. Wilmington had been a shining example of multiracial democracy in the South. Black people and white people getting along, doing their thing. The Nationalists came along. The white nationalists came along. Shout out to Sonia C. They were determined to end what they called Negro rule. They planned an overthrow. This is on American territory. And so armed white mobs stormed through the city. They unalived 60 black people. They burned the office of the black-owned newspaper, which was called the Daily Record, and they forced duly elected officials to resign at gunpoint. They literally had the gun to his head. If you don't sign this and resign, you're going to die right here. And this was not spontaneous mob violence. It was carefully coordinated political. It was a coup. And the leaders of the Democrat Party in North Carolina, they used terror to overthrow the democracy. And then what did? They turned right around and installed some white supremacists in power. Okay? And they disenfranchised black voters for decades. In history, it's called a race riot instead of what it truly was, a coup. Okay? And again, it showed just how far these white elites would go to crush black progress. What about Pierce City, Missouri? This is August 1901. It became another example of racial cleansing, after After the accusation of an alleged assault of, you guessed it, a white woman, a white lynch mob used that as a predicate to go out and unalive 3 black men. Okay, then turn on the entire black community. More than 300 black residents, black people, had to flee for their lives. Guess what happened afterwards? This is 1901 in Pierce City, Missouri. After they forced these people to leave their homes and their businesses, white folk came in and seized it. The white folk came and moved into black people's home and took their businesses and absorbed their property into their own wealth. There wasn't no reparations for that. The violence in Pierce City wasn't only racial hatred, but it was also economic theft. They took these people's things. There are people alive today. Mind you, this happened after slavery. There are people alive today that know people who were involved in that. Probably their grandparents and great-grandparents and uncles and great-uncles. Once the black residents were gone, the white people took over their property and never gave it back. And that's how white supremacy operated, not just by destroying lives, but by stripping away generational wealth for black families who fled Pierce City, because survival meant starting over with nothing, while these white families enriched themselves off of that terror. Shout out to Atlanta, Georgia. It was known as a city too busy to hate in 1906. But beneath that slogan, there was a lot of racial tension, just like it is right now. And it was bound to erupt. You had a white newspaper pushing sensational lies, and it ran repeated stories accusing black men of assaulting white women. Same as they saying black men out here unaliving these white folk left and right, which I just prove is not true according to the CDC. But what that did was it stoked the fear and anger among the white working class, okay, who already resented the black people's economic progress in the city. You got to understand something. Black people had done all the work in the South. So in 1906, guess who were all the carpenters and the blacksmiths and the people who did the labor and knew the farming? It was black people. We had the skill set. White people didn't do work during slavery. They shunned that. Well, that was black people's work. They didn't do that. So of course we started now, we working for ourselves. But nevertheless, it was a lot of jealousy. Okay. And on the backdrop, you got to understand, black businesses were thriving, black professionals. You had doctors, man, and lawyers and barbers and shopkeepers. Second, third generation by that time. They were building wealth and community stability in Atlanta. This prosperity alone was enough to trigger white resentment. But the fabricated stories of these poor white women being assaulted, that became the match to the gasoline. So on September 22nd, 1906, you had white mobs. They descended on these black neighborhoods in downtown Atlanta. And over the course of 2 days, dozens of black men and women were unalived right in the street, bodies in the street, man. Some of those streets, y'all, in Atlanta, right down there, downtown Atlanta right now. Homes were burned down. Businesses were looted. White people stealing, black people looting. Families terrorized. Police and the city officials, they stood back. Matter of fact, many of them joined in on the destruction. I'm talking about the police and the city officials. And the message was clear. Black advancement would not be met. Black advancement was going to be met with white anger and violence. The Atlanta massacre showed once again that white rage didn't require truth. It only required rumors. And those same rumors were weaponized to strip away the gains black people had worked for tirelessly. You understand? What about Forsyth County, Georgia? This is 6 years later, after the Atlanta massacre. Georgia saw another eruption of racial tide. 6 years, this time it was Forsyth County. That's one of the richest counties in Georgia right now, one of the richest counties in Georgia. And what happened? 2 black men were accused of raping and unaliving a white woman named May Crow. And within days, one was lynched, no trial, by a mob, and the other was swiftly convicted and executed. They got rid, it was a sham trial. They had to get rid of them. But it didn't end with their deaths. The white mob turned their fury on the entire black community of Forsyth County, where black families own land, they farmed, they made a living for themselves. Guess what happened? Night riders, armed white vigilantes went from house to house, firing shots in the windows, burning homes, and issuing threats. 1,000 black people had to leave their homes. The entire black population of the county was forced to flee for their lives. Their homes, their farms were seized by these white folk and were later resold by the white people, creating generational wealth for the people who stole it. This is all documented. And it's still, this is in Forsyth County. It became an all-white county for nearly 75 years. And it's a living monument to the racial cleansing in America. This was not just random violence. It was organized terrorism designed to erase black presence completely from that location. It reminds us that white rage doesn't just destroy lives in a moment. It robs future generations by stealing land, opportunity, and community. You wonder why our generational wealth has been lost. And it wasn't just down south. East St. Louis, Illinois. This is 1917. It erupted in one of the deadliest race massacres in the U.S. This is what they were doing. This is the history that they don't want you to see. You wonder why we don't have generational wealth? What happened to all the land? Your granddad and your grandma had to make a decision. Either I'm gonna get unalive and they're gonna take the land, or I'm gonna leave and try to go start somewhere new. This is what happened. But let's go to 1917. The spark was competition for industrial jobs. They had a lot of black people coming up there from the South. World War I was going on. They had a lot of black migrants coming up from the South in large numbers during this great migration. They was looking for work in the factories. You had a lot of white workers threatened by the influx, poor white people being told that these dark people are taking your jobs. And so it stoked the fears that the black laborers were taking their jobs and undermining their unions. And the tensions boiled over. And the next thing you know, you got white mob violence. You had these armed gangs of white people set fire to black neighborhoods, shooting at residents that tried to flee and burn their house. The death toll was somewhere between 100 and 200 black men, women, and children. This is what these people did. And this massacre exposed how white rage was not just about social dominance, but also about economic control. All right. And black labor, okay, who had come north believing they could escape the South's violence. This is Illinois. They discovered that the northern cities carried their own brand of racial terror. And East St. Louis became a blood-soaked reminder that whenever black people moved toward opportunity, there were those determined to burn those opportunities down. What about Chicago? Oh, no, not Chicago. Yes, Chicago. Can't really get too much further north than Chicago. They called it Red Summer. It was 1919. It saw violence in cities all across the country, but Chicago stood at the center. So on July 27, 1990, you had a young black teenager. His name was Eugene Williams, and he drifted on a raft into the whites only section of Lake Michigan, right? And so the white beachgoers, they threw rocks at him until he drowned. And when black witnesses demanded justice, the police refused to arrest the white folk who did it. And the outrage sparked days of racial violence. White mobs stormed into black neighborhoods. They burned down homes, attacked the residents, and the black communities organized self-defense groups, and the violence escalated into armed clashes across the city. And by the end, 38 people were dead, 23 black, 15 white, and over 500 were injured. And 1,000 black families were left homeless. Chicago's massacre, what did it do? It revealed that the promised land of the North really wasn't Black migrants had arrived expecting safety and opportunity, but segregation and racial hostility followed them. And the violence was fueled not only by racism, but also by housing and competition and labor disputes. And Chicago showed that even in America's great industrial cities, Black progress could still ignite white rage. Family? What about Elaine, Arkansas? In September 1990, Elaine, Arkansas, it witnessed a massacre tied directly to Black sharecroppers demanding fair pay. All they wanted to be paid fair. They wasn't paying them, halfway paying them, not paying them, give them a little bit of nothing. And they stuck on this plantation. They call it the Progressive Farmers and Household Union of America. These are the members. The members gathered to discuss organizing better wages. And the white planters, they were terrified of losing control of their cheap Black labor. And they spread the rumor that the Black farmers were plotting an insurrection. And within days, white folks came from all around, and they were backed up by federal troops. This is what these lies do. And they descended on the community. As many as 200 to 300 Black men, women, and children were slaughtered. This is Elaine, Arkansas. They call it the Elaine Massacre. It wasn't just random terror. It was about crushing labor solidarity. Black farmers wanted to negotiate for fair treatment in a system stacked against them, and the white elites responded by branding that effort as a threat to society itself. And then the poor whites said, well, yeah, we're going to come put them N-words down. And they just unleashed the violence. I'm trying to tell you, man. And what that did, Elaine, Arkansas, proved again how economic justice and racial terror were bound together. To ask for fairness as a Black worker, you would treat it like it was a rebellion, punishable by death. I'm gonna say this word is called 1920. I'm a butcher this word. Osico. Okay, I'm mispronounced. Osikoi, Florida. November 1920. Florida. So we done been Arkansas, New Orleans, Chicago, all everywhere. It's happening everywhere. But this was a site, it was directly tied to Black political participation. So on election day, a man named Mose Norman, he was a Black man, he tried to vote. He was turned away. And when he returned with help, a confrontation broke out. A white mob, they were furious at the idea that some Black men, Black citizens, were there to exercise their right to vote. And so they descended on the OCO, I'm gonna say it, Okio community, Black community. Homes, they burned down homes, they burned down churches and businesses. Ocoee, thank you so much. Ocoee, thank you so much, fam. Ocoee is pronounced Ocoee, Florida. Ocoee, thank you so much. So they came to the Black community, Ocoee, Florida, Black community, and they burned down the churches and the houses. They say anywhere from 30 to 60 Black people were unalived. And the exact number is unknown because the cover up, they covered it up. You understand? So I want you to understand, this is what our people were going through. This is 1920. I know y'all know people who were alive in 1920. If you're a Generation X, you know people who were alive in 1920. And unfortunately, our people never talked about these things. So, but anyway, this Max, it was just not just about voter suppression. It was about silencing Black political power in the Jim Crow South. Okay, and whites already maintained dominance through laws, polls, taxes, and intimidation. But when Black citizens dared to push through those barriers and assert their rights, the response was armed violence. Okay, armed violence. And Ocoee stands as a grim reminder of how far white folk are willing to go to stop Black voices from being counted, literally through bloodshed. And we all should know about Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Greenwood, Black Wall Street. This is 1921. Tulsa, Oklahoma was a home to Greenwood, known nationwide as Black Wall Street. One of the most prosperous Black communities in America with thriving businesses. They had medical doctors and lawyers and schools and newspapers. even its own banks. And Greenwood represented what white supremacists feared the most: black independence and wealth. And the spark came when a young black shoe shiner, his name was Dick Rawlin, he was accused of assaulting a white elevator operator, and the charge was flimsy, but the white mob gathered anyway, intent on lynching him. And when black veterans of World War I showed up to protect Rawlin, violence broke out. Over the next 48 hours, white mobs, they aided by the local police, even deputized citizens, they rampaged through Greenwood, stealing and robbing and looting and taking these folks' stuff. Because they were jealous. And what followed was, it wasn't a riot, it was a massacre. And it was an act of domestic terrorism. Planes dropped incendiary bombs on homes, and businesses were torched. And as many as 300 black residents were killed. Shout out to Torrin Jones. 1,000 homes and businesses were destroyed. It left 10,000 black people homeless overnight. Imagine going home and you in your house, and the next day, all your belongings are burnt up and destroyed. And guess what the insurance companies did? They refused to pay. They even put the black people in internment camps. They were forced to carry passes in order to leave. The insurance companies refused to pay the claim. The city covered up the massacre for years and destruction of Greenwood. It wasn't just physical, it was economic. You wiped out generations of wealth. They shattered what had been proof of black success in America. Tulsa stands as one of the clearest examples of white rage, literally in jealousy, burning down black progress. And what about Rosewood? They made a movie about Rosewood, Florida in 1923. This is 1923. We're not in slavery. Okay, we're almost 50 years after slavery is over. It was a little prosperous black town, and it dealt with the same fate. The spark was some false accusation that a black man had assaulted a white woman. Turns out the white woman was giving it up to some other white man, cheating on her husband. But nevertheless, this white mob descended on Rosewood. It burned down the homes, the churches. It lynched black men and children and terrorized the families. And the survivors had to flee to the swamps. They hid in the swamp for days. And by the time it ended, Rosewood was destroyed and abandoned. And Rosewood revealed the deadly power of rumor in a racially charged society. The same type of racially charged society we're living in right now. A single accusation, unsupported by evidence, was enough to justify erasing an entire town. And the massacre also highlighted how often violence was fueled by jealousy over black wealth and success. They are jealous. They see your success as somehow an affront to them. That is crazy. But these people in Rosewood, they own land, they own businesses, they had homes. And once they were driven out, the whites took that property too. You see a pattern? So it's not just unalignment, it's also theft wrapped up in racial terror. What about Detroit, Michigan? June. This is Detroit. Y'all thought it was just down south. Over there, 8 miles, 7 miles, 6 miles. Racial violence fueled by wartime job competition and housing segregation. So the defense industry had drawn thousands of black migrants up north, same as the situation in Illinois and St. Louis, but they were confined to poor, overcrowded neighborhoods, while white folk, okay, they resisted the integration. Okay, they didn't like that. On June 20th, the fights broke out out at Belle Isle Park between black people and black kids and white kids, youths. And the rumor spread that a black man had raped a white woman, and that the whites had thrown a black mother and a baby off a bridge. All of this was false, but it triggered something. It triggered the power. Triggered something. So you had the white mob join with some of the police, and they stormed into the black neighborhoods, and they started attacking the residents and destroying property. And by the time the federal troops restored order, 34 people unalive, 25 of them black, most of them shot by the cops. And so the Detroit riot revealed how economic tensions and entrenched segregation could erupt under pressure. Black workers had come north to fuel the war effort. They came there for the jobs. They were asked to come up. But instead of being embraced as fellow Americans, they were targeted as competition, and the rumor mill lies spread. And once again, it became the spark of violence. And Detroit underscored that even in the North, racial violence was never far beneath the surface, especially when Black progress was framed as a threat. What about Cicero, Illinois, in 1951? I know y'all know, but we don't have to go back to slavery to talk about reparations. They always love to say, oh, that happened a long time ago. None of our ancestors were alive. I guarantee you got some ancestors that was alive in 1951. In Cicero, it's a suburb of Chicago for you all who don't know. And it's infamous. It was one of the most violent housing riots in the U.S. A Black family, the Clarks, attempted to move into an apartment in a white neighborhood. Word spread, and over several nights, you had thousands of white men and women and children gather outside. They're throwing rocks and setting fires and destroying the building. And the police didn't do anything. They just stood by. They didn't do anything to stop the mob. And the Clarks were forced to flee. And the incident drew national attention, including coverage from Life magazine, which published the carnage. It's called the Cicero Riot. It wasn't just about one family. It was about maintaining the racial boundaries of housing segregation, even decades after slavery. The color line was being violently enforced by everyday white folk, not just politicians or officials. And Cicero showed the North was not immune to this kind of raw, open hatred that people often associated with the American South. It also made clear that the fight for civil rights would not just be about buses and schools. It would be about where Black families could live and whether they could live in peace. And I hope I'm not boring y'all. Are y'all still with me? Let me know. You're not. I hope you're still with me. Okay? Some of you all might know this, some of you don't. Birmingham, Alabama, 1963. This is ground zero for the Civil Rights Act. This is what galvanized the Civil Rights Act. Okay? So the city is known as Birmingham because of the frequent bombings of Black homes and churches. They were literally blowing up our people's stuff. On May 3rd, during a peaceful demonstration led by Dr. King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, you had a man named Bull Connor. He unleashed police dogs and high-pressure fire hoses and Black children and teenagers. Images of kids being bitten by dogs blasted off their feet by water cannons. That shocked the world. And later that year, on September 15th, 16th Street Baptist Church was bombed by the Ku Klux Klan members. It killed 4 little Black girls. One name was Adam Mae Collins. The other one name was Cynthia Wesley. The other one name was Carol Robinson and Denise McNair. Okay? And what that revealed was the brutality of white resistance and the resilience of Black activism. It was televised, images of the children under attack. It helped shift the national opinion. People just saw how ugly it was. But the church bombing showed the deadly lengths that these white nationalists, these same people, the children of the same brain product, how far they were willing to go in order to preserve segregation and their dominance. And Birmingham stands as a painful testament to how white rage used terror, not just to destroy property, but also to shatter lives. Yet even in the face of death, the movement pressed forward. What about York, Pennsylvania? This is 1969. The Civil Rights Movement had formally secured the landmark victories like the Civil Rights Act and the Young Voting Rights Act. Many of y'all are alive at this time. But racial tensions remain especially bad in these northern cities, whether in Pennsylvania, where segregation and discrimination persisted in schools and housing. But anyway, there's a lot of strained relationships that summer. And so violence erupted. You had white gangs and Black residents defending themselves in the street. They were throwing arson, bombs, and whatnot. And the city just descended in chaos. And then you had 2 people, a Black teenager named Lily Bell Allen. She was She was shot while driving through a white neighborhood, and the white police officer got unalived. And these deaths symbolize a combustible mix of racism, you see, and policing and mistrust. And they call this, it was one of the last major race riots, they said. But what this shows is that white rage adapted over time, where once mobs used bombs and torches, by the 1960s, they were using guns and gangs and aggressive policing, and those became the tools of intimidation. And it's a reminder of what these so-called civil rights victories and the battle for racial equality was far from. Now, keep in mind, Charlie Kirk said that we were better off back then. That's what he said. He said we were better off back then. I want you to keep that in mind. All right? Okay? I just want you to keep that in mind. All right? So as you see, based on all these so-called race riots, because that's what they categorize them as, whether we talk about Memphis or Wilmington or Tulsa or Detroit or Chicago, they weren't really riots at all. They were organized attacks on Black prosperity, Black success, Black life, and Black wealth. And here's the lesson. If you don't give white nationalists and white supremacists a reason, they'll make one up. And it doesn't have to be a good one. In fact, it can be a bold-faced lie. Just like the ones you saw Charlie Kirk say about black men and black men unalive, black people unaliving these white folk, which is a lie, according to the FBI and the stats and the CDC. All it takes is a rumor. A black man whistled at a white woman. A black man attacked a white woman. The Negroes are getting rich. And the mob is ready to burn, loot, and kill. History proves it. They never needed the truth. They just needed an excuse. And that same spirit is alive today in 2025. Angry white nationalists are still hunting for pretext. They want to point to crime and chaos and law and order. But what they're really looking for is permission to target black communities. That's why you got Trump talking about floating and sending the National Guard into Chicago. Okay? What you send it over to this black town for? Look, I get what you're trying to do. See, it wasn't just, understand, family, it wasn't just the politicians or activists who pushed back. It was the streets in Chicago. The gangsters got on the internet. Y'all remember a couple of weeks ago? The gangsters got on the internet and said, we got switches. And they made it crystal clear it's going to be a fight. And if the guard came in, it was going to be a war. They were willing to crash out. It is what it is. And I believe that's why the focus shifted to Memphis, not because Memphis had more crime, but because it looked like an easier place to flex without facing real resistance. That's how bullies operate. And white supremacy, if it's anything, it's a bully. They go where they think they can dominate without paying the cost. And that's the same logic white mobs used 100 years ago when they burned down towns like Greenwood, Rosewood, Forsyth. They weren't looking for justice. They were looking for victims. I want to share this with you too. Before I lose my, I wanted to bring this up. Listen to this.
A lot of folks have heard this phrase, right? 40 acres and a mule. As you say, a lot of people thought, okay, this just never happened. And your reporting is called 40 Acres and a Lie. What's the truth behind this program? What do people not know?
What people don't know is that it wasn't just a promise that was broken. People were received land titles. We found more than 1,250 people who got land titles, men and women. They picked out their plots of land, mostly on the plantations where they were enslaved. Actually, not everyone got 40 acres, which is another misconception. It was up to 40 acres. And then people were living there. They were planting their crops. They were selling them in Savannah. Some of them formed governments. They elected a sheriff. They were living their lives, and they lived there for like up to a year and a half before they were kicked off.
How did they get kicked off the land that the government gave them?
Basically, because Lincoln was assassinated. I mean, they had promised this land. They gave land titles. The government said, this is yours. You deserve it. You're going to keep it. But Congress needed to make those titles permanent. They had a majority in Congress who were willing to do it. But Andrew Johnson, he was the vice president. He was a white supremacist. He sided with the planters who wanted their land back, and he vetoed every effort to make those land titles permanent.
You did a little more research to talk about the value of the land. This is an important part of your reporting here. 1 4-acre lot.
I want you to listen to this, family. This is how much land was stolen from us. The government promised us. Listen.
That you identified in Jacksonville, Florida, based on a sale last year, that it would, today, 40 acres would be worth $2.5 million there.
$2.5 million. There's our generational wealth right there. There's our generational wealth. Keep listening.
It's not just the land that was lost here in your reporting. Tell me about what else you found.
Yeah, well, just that generational wealth that wasn't passed on. You know, this 40 acres land was all the coast. It's like expensive coastal real estate. We found gated communities, golf courses, and restaurants.
So the next time they tell you we haven't built anything, we haven't done anything, say, yes, we did. Y'all literally stole it from it. Your grandparents are sitting on it right now. And point out all these cities we just talked about. You burned it down, you burned us out. I'm just saying, here are the facts. It's been here. Why should I have to sit up here and do this? I'm not a historian. You understand? Why don't y'all do this? Why don't we use these talking points to beat back some of these lies? It's all right there, family. I know you learned something. Keep listening. Learn
Incredibly valuable lands. This is wealth that was not passed on, and that's kind of what we're trying to show is the impact. This is not a history lesson only. It's the impact on people who are alive today.
Yeah. Generational wealth. What happened to it? That's what happened to it. Look, here's the thing. And the whole point of me bringing this up is we are living in a racially charged environment in this country. But this is not the first time. America's always been racially charged. And every time the heat rises, the rage burn down Black progress. Whether we're talking about Tulsa or Rosewood, dozens and dozens of towns wiped off the map because of white folk and jealousy and mad. Because some elite told them, some rich white person told them it was our fault. But here's the thing, family. We as foundational Black Americans stand firm in the storm. Okay? What do we see from these immigrants, though? I know it's an immigrant. I want y'all to listen. Look, we stand firm in this storm. But I find it interesting that a lot of our immigrant family, our Black immigrants especially, they're packing their bags and they're leaving. They take buying one-way tickets. They're clicking confirm on Expedia. They're heading back home. And there's apparently a movement. I'm gonna see if I can pull this up. I just thought this was interesting. I found this interesting.
I read the word. Well,
fair use, fair use, fair use. I'm gonna actually put fair use on here. I want y'all to listen to this. I'm gonna let this play a little music. But again, this culture that they say we don't have. Okay. Let me show you this.
Today we're diving into a movement that's gaining momentum across the Caribbean and the diaspora. Blaxit. That's what it's called.
Blaxit.
Now, when we talk about Blaxit, we're talking about the Black exit. People of African descent choosing to leave certain places for new opportunities, or rather, to return home.
They're going home. They're getting out of America.
It's taking on its own meaning. Let's get into it. For many decades, Caribbean people have been migrating to the US, to the UK, and Canada seeking jobs, education, and opportunities that were limited back home. Migration has shaped our families, our economies, and even our culture. Remittances from abroad remain one of the biggest contributors to the Caribbean's economies. But the cause is often separation. Children raised without parents, families divided by oceans, and communities drained of their most talented and brightest minds. Today we're seeing a shift actually. Some Caribbean people who migrated decades ago, they are returning. Retirees are moving back, professionals are investing, and the younger generation is questioning whether life in foreign lands really offers them the dignity and security they expected.
Yeah.
High cost of living.
Well, anyway, I pointed that out, man. They're out of here. They are out of here. They're leaving. Okay. But, we don't have anywhere to go. And we never had that as an outlet. And so because we never had it as an outlet, and that is leaving, we never counted on that. You see what I'm saying? And in fact, a lot of these immigrants would tell you that you don't have anywhere to go. Okay?
You black Americans and you niggas, right? While I'm popping in the Caribbean, y'all gotta understand. Worst case scenario, let's say if Tommy and Bobby say, fuck this country, you gotta go back home, right? Legal or non-legal, I got a home to go back to. It'd be funny when niggas be in my comments saying, yo, bro, leave this country if you don't fuck with us as if it's y'all country, but nigga, all they gotta do is tell y'all niggas to go. Y'all don't know where to go. You think Africa's accepting you? Y'all niggas is too peonish. You think the Caribbeans is accepting y'all niggas? Y'all niggas is mentally poisoned. Y'all already, y'all not there. Y'all don't have a home to go back to. So you're salty. Me, I have a home to go back to. You don't. That's why you're mad. Oh.
Yeah, right. We do not have another country to go to because this is our country, okay? And I'm gonna explain to you the difference between us and them.
If they start kicking everybody out, go back to your country. Where they gonna go? I'm going straight home to Africa.
Boy, got a white woman.
If Trump decides to kick everybody else, where are you gonna go? If they start kicking everybody out, go back to your country. Where they gonna go? I'm going straight home to Africa, in my village where the land, I got a land 30 acres, 40 acres.
I can't. All I see is this dude's teeth. I see this white woman in this dude's teeth. Can y'all see him? Y'all see
where the African American gonna go? You got no place. You can't go nowhere. Jamaican are gonna go back home. Haitian are gonna go back home. Anybody from Colombia are gonna go back home. Brazilian gonna go back home. Mexican gonna go back home. Where you guys gonna go? Where you gonna go? Nowhere. And I need you guys to screenshot this. I need you to put it anywhere. Matter of fact, I want to go viral like this, so we can talk. We can have that conversation. Where are the African American gonna go? So that's exactly my point. This is what I'm saying to you guys. Because African American been there for years, they still can't be claimed. They still the most disrespected people. This might go from one ear to the next, but you guys are gonna understand me one day. They're the most disrespected race in the world. They get pulled over by the cops. You know, cops are doing all kinds of stuff. African American claim that, you know, America is so good. Oh, you African booty scratcher. Okay, I can take my booty scratching self to Africa, back home. Where are you gonna go?
Yep. So, you know, at the height of us dealing with what we're dealing with, we still got that to deal with, that internal intraracial beef. So, you know, anyway, let me, like I said, they headed home. Okay. They headed home because angry white nationalists are out here looking for a reason. And if you don't give them one, they'll make up one. They'll make up one out of thin air. And now I don't even blame some of these black immigrants for being terrified of racial conflict. I understand you're scared, okay? They weren't raised in this. But us, foundational black Americans, this is what our culture prepared us for. That's why we built our own neighborhoods and our own churches and our own businesses and our own music and our own language. That's why we can communicate with a look, a nod, or silence that speaks louder than words. Our culture was built for survival, for fighting, for enduring, for passing strength from one generation to the next. And by contrast, these black immigrants, they come over here from these black majority countries where politicians were black, the cops were black, the whole system was black. They didn't grow up surrounded by another group treating them like a permanent threat. So when things get rough here in America, they panic. And they don't know how to fight unless they got overwhelming numbers. They always talk about Haiti. The Haitians had 500,000 against a tiny number of whites and mulattoes. Of course, they rose up and won. But here in America, the numbers, the politics, the battlefield, they're different here. You got to be built different. You got to know how to resist even when you outnumber. You got to stand in that circle. And that's something that foundational black Americans have mastered. You are not like us. You ain't built like us. We might have the same skin, but you ain't kin. So yes, The movement now is black immigrants are leaving, they're returning home because the economy is shaky and the racial temperature is hot. And that's their choice. But don't confuse us with them. They're here for a good time, not a long time. They take flights. They don't fight. We fight as foundational black Americans. They flee. They fled their homelands. Why would you think they would stay here and fight alongside us? They're runners, not gunners. They only come here to collect a fee, and then they flee. But us, we're gunners, and we've been gunners. And we've been fighting for 500 years, and we don't just fight out of necessity. We fight because it's in our DNA. We fight because we're real Americans, and real Americans fight. See, fighting isn't just what we do. It is who we are. It's the most American thing you can be, is a fighter. This country was founded on bloodshed and revolution, and we were right there. And nobody has carried that revolutionary spirit better than us. Fighting injustice is our national pastime. And family, no one does it better than us. Let me make this crystal clear. What we call Black American culture is not just food or music. Our entire culture was designed for survival. It is both a shield and a sword. It's a means of protecting ourselves while at the same time declaring that we will not be erased. 500 years, every song, every phrase, every nod, every recipe, every ritual has carried more than flavor of rhythm. It's carried instructions, how to endure, how to communicate, how to pass strength from one generation to the next. When our ancestors were kidnapped and stripped of their tribal languages, they didn't sit in silence. They built a new language out of English words and African grammar and a code white folk couldn't fully crack. That wasn't slang. That was encryption. That was survival. To this day, we still use double meanings, rhythm and tone to say one thing in plain sight and another thing underneath. We speak two languages with one tongue, one for the world and one for ourselves. And from the head nod on the street to raise eyebrows to the look that says be cool without a sound, those are survival tools born from being surrounded by people who were always looking for a reason to destroy us. That's why I laugh when some of these black immigrants come here and say, you don't have culture. Brother, our culture is everywhere. It's in the air. You hear it in the hip hop and the gospel and the blues and the jazz and the R&B. You see it in how we style ourselves, how we cook, how we build family, our neighborhoods out, how we make neighbors out of strangers and turn them into family. You see it in how we walk into a room full of people we've never met and with a single gesture establish trust. Our culture is not invisible. It is omnipresent. It's so much so that you can't recognize it until you realize you've been breathing it the whole time. Here's the point. That culture is why we are still here. Others get erased. Entire black populations in the South and Central America saw their culture stamped out and watered down until they could barely be recognized. But us, we endure slavery. We endure Reconstruction, Jim Crow, redlining, COINTELPRO, mass incarceration, and we'll endure this BS that we're dealing with right now. We are still standing, we are fighting, we are producing, we are billionaires, we're athletes, we're presidents, we're artists, and the movements that shake the earth, that's us. That's why we're the richest Africans on the planet. That's why we're not going anywhere. So when people try to tell us we have no culture, we don't have a home to come back to, fool, this is our home. And we're willing to fight for it. But the truth is, what they're really admitting is they don't recognize a survival system that was never built for them. Because here's the truth. We didn't build this culture to entertain outsiders. We built it to make sure our children survived another generation. And it worked. And every song was a coded message. Every recipe was a lesson in making something out of nothing. Every church service was a rehearsal for liberation. Every march, every first, every nod, every lyric was survival. It was a manual. And that's why we here. And that's why we always gonna be here. Now let's bring it back to the contrast between these black immigrants. Many of them grew up in countries where the cops were black and the politicians were black and the systems, flawed as they were, still they had people in power who looked like them. They didn't grow up in a world where every institution was designed to suffocate them. So when things get hot in America, what do? They take flights. They're not here to fight. They panic. They pack their bags. They book one-way tickets. And I don't even say that as an insult. It's what I know. It's what we see. They saying they doing. It's what they built for. They built to take flights, not to fight. But us, FBA, Foundational Black American, whatever you want to call it, Indigenous Black American, ADOS, we're born in the storm. We built our lives under the constant pressure of being outnumbered and surrounded by a hostile system. That's why we built a culture where communication can be silent, where strength is inherited, where endurance is a national pastime. We gunners, not runners. You understand? And that's the difference between us and them. That's why when folks try to dismiss us or erase us or disrespect us, they always fail. We always end up winning in the end because our culture isn't just something we have, it's the reason we're still alive. Now check this out. The real crisis for young America, the real crisis for America in general. We've been down this road before. I've already shown you this racially charged, hostile American environment is not new to us. We've lived through it generation after generation. But let me be clear, racism, as vicious and dangerous as it is, it's not our biggest issue facing the average American today. Most Americans, Black, white, Latino, Asian, are focused on something much more basic. They want to build families. They want to raise children. They're trying to survive in an economy that feels rigged against them because it is. And here's the twisted part about it. Even Generation Z, people saying, they keep saying they're going to be the most racist. They're more racist than millennials, the Generation X, everybody else. It's not making racism their number one priority. Okay? What they're saying based on the polls, they literally want democratic socialism, like this cat up in New York. They want change that they can feel in their paychecks and housing and healthcare. That's not speculation. That's what the polls say. You had a poll called by Rasmussen, and it typically favors MAGA. And it surveyed voters aged 18 to 39. And the results will have the Trump base shook to its core. 76% of these young people said major industries like healthcare, energy, and big tech should be nationalized. That's socialism. And the reason they're saying it is because they recognize it's unfair and they need some help. More than half said they'd vote for a Democratic Socialist president in 2028. And here's the kicker. Even 35% of Trump voters in the age group agreed. That's because Americans are hurting right now. And see, what that shows is because what does matter, because it shows you is that the real fight is not just about race. It's about class. It's about economics. It's about poor people looking around saying, man, I don't have any money. I can't afford a house. And it's only so long you're going to sidetrack them with this racial fight before they realize, hey, man, the people on top are keeping us all down. They're saying now we need a new system. You understand? 59% of these young people said they would support confiscating excess wealth like yachts and vacation homes to fund first-time home buyers. Think about that. This is what these young Americans are saying, including the Republicans are talking about redistributing wealth. So the gig is up. The blinders are off. These kids know. These so-called racist kids that you're depending on, racism is as American as apple pie. It's not going anywhere. The most important thing is, can I feed my family? At some point, people are going to realize, hey, these elites are just playing a game with us. We at each other's throat. Why? See, it's about survival. And when survival is on the line, Americans, young Americans, look, people are ready to burn the system down if they don't see change. We've been doing this for 500 years, fighting each other over crumbs. That's why the lies and the scapegoating and the racial division, it can't be allowed to stand, because they are distractions from the real fight. And that's the fight for economic justice and dignity and survival. Look, I'm going to take the opportunity to read these super chats, and I'm going to wrap this thing up. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who came through. I know we've been here a minute, but I think this has been important, and I wanted to get this out. Shout out to everybody who contributed to the super chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I know it's late, but it's great. Let me give let me see here. We got 15 super chats. I know y'all learned something, but if you didn't, that's okay. It'd be great to get 20. That'd be plenty. But I'm going to go ahead and give a big shout out to Urban Eagle. Thank you so much, family. I appreciate you. Mr. 43TX, thank you so much. MC Recovery, he said, I was about to do Charlie Conspiracy Take Fake. Thank you so much. Team Cyber One, thank you for the $10 super chat. Penny Ford, thank you so much for that, $23.99. Also, she said, hello, everyone. Rip Charlie Kirk, thanks for turning more lights on. Context is everything, and it seems to be missing in many of these crazy posts. God bless America. Shout out to you. Thank you. Talu, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Also, Penny Ford, whoever they are, just created a million more Charlie Kirks, will be actively annoying you into eternity if you let it. Thank you so much. Right. Blue Bag and said, word on the street, Charlie Kirk didn't kick the bucket from a hot one to the throat. He actually OD'd from fentanyl. Boy, you a mess. Kanye shrug. PI double, thank you so much. CK's argument only made sense to college people. Right. Penny Ford, let's see, baby girl said, I'm learning a whole lot. Thank you, Dennis, for sharing the enlightened fruits of your labor. Context is everything. Good looking out, baby. It's poetic how just as he was using gang violence to deflect from a question on trans school shooters, he caught a shot to the throat. Ain't that something? Hashtag Kirk out. Sonia C, thank you so much. All right, we got Sonia C in here. Let me see here. Sonia C says, heard the stats. What can be done to fix this country's morality? Prayer was removed from school 1962. Live IRL, check out Medium Band video. Thank you so much for the information. No problem. Torrin Jones. Okay, thank you so much. And Patrick Woods, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we got 15 super chats. Shout out to the real MVP for the folks. Did you all learn something? I hope you all learned something. I've enjoyed this. We got a whole lot of people in here. Look, if you don't have any money to contribute, I don't worry about that, man. Don't even worry about that. But please hit the subscribe button if you like what you're hearing. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel if you can. I certainly would appreciate that. That won't cost you anything. I know your check is late, okay? And I know and that's okay. But make sure you subscribe to the channel. And shout out to the replay gang. Look, let me wrap this thing up, man. I want to bring this thing on home. So look, fam, brothers, sisters, everybody, let me end where I began. To everyone counting America out, and to every immigrant debating whether to stay here, hear me clearly, okay? We're not collapsing. I'm not saying it won't be a fight. I'm not pretending that people won't get hurt. I'm saying what our history proves over and over again is we as Americans, we fall, we rise, and when we rise up, we rise back better. So to all the Americans, black, brown, white, all you folks who love this country and appreciate what our ancestors did to get us here, this too shall pass. We owe it to our ancestors, all of them, to turn down the temperature and turn up the work. We've got enough enemies abroad. We don't need to manufacture enemies at home. There's land, there's wealth, there's opportunity here for every American born to it. And for those we invite, and yes, even those already here without permission, do what you have to do to become legal. You know what your assignment is. Get it done. And to the white nationalist daydreamers, retire to fantasy. This is never going to be a white ethno state. It never will be. Black people and other people of color have always been here, long before the marketing slogans, long before the maps had borders. Our blood and our bones are in the soil. Our patriots bled for every war this country fought. We're not leaving. If your ancestors, the most rabid among them, could not have removed us through all the stuff they did, what makes you think you can? They couldn't, they can't, and they won't, and you never will. So move on. Now let's be practical. The playbook is familiar: fear, narrative, policy. What's new is the speed. One rumor, one clip, one reckless post can outrun the truth in minutes. Here's how we answer that. Solutions. Okay? And we do it calmly, and we do it powerfully. First of all, facts first. Investigations belong to investigators. Speculation belongs to gossip. If anyone tries to drag black people or blackness into a tragedy, demand receipts, timelines, records, oversight. Use the tools that our elders use. Our elders had the black press and the church, and we have cell phones, documents, digital platforms. One created a record and shared early and wide, and they did that. And they can stop a lie in its tracks. The other thing is trust credible messengers, civic leaders, independent journalists, historians, civil rights organizations. Don't rage post, okay? Publish the truth, especially when it becomes about us and our reputation. Protect each other. Document this harassment. Whip your phones out. File complaints. Put it on social media. Use committees. These systems bend when we lean on them together. Remember, narratives don't just bruise feelings. They move budgets. And when we're painted as the problem, money shifts from prevention to punishment. Dollars meant for schools and clinics and youth programs get rerouted to surveillance and prisons and overtime for cops. And lies cost lives. So when officials or outlets push unverified claims, the response is simple: stop, document, and demand accountability. Correct the record and keep it moving toward the work that actually keeps people safe. Here's an action list we control. Compile and publish the evidence and get with people who are active in the press. Request formal retractions where needed. Train our people in the media and literacy, and invest in your local black press and podcasters that are doing the work. Okay? We need to build a rapid response team. We need to establish relationship with the right type of folk, right type of attorneys before a crisis. None of this is new to us. We've organized defense funds and built mutual aid networks and created alternative reporting for generations. The tools are newer, the principle is the same. Defend the people, correct the record, stay disciplined. And for Black America, people like Charlie Kirk was never the center of our struggle. The system is. Housing, education, jobs, health, safety. We're not going to be baited off of our mission by a rumor. We won't respond with chaos. We'll respond with law, journalism, organization. The grown folks work. Okay? And that's what wins. So here's my last word. Shout out to MC Recover. For those of you all who feel powerless, you're not. You have tools, use them. To those who feel hopeless, borrow some of our hope. It's intergenerational. And for those who want a country worthy of your children, build it with us. Tone down this political rhetoric. Retire these racial slurs and these dog whistles. We've already fought that war. It ended in 1865. There's no need to fight it again. We are staying. We are building. We are protecting our people and telling the truth in the open. And we're confronting people in the open with facts. Because we keep receipts and we stay organized. Let the facts do the heavy lifting. And when the smoke clears, as it always does, may our children say we met the moment with courage, with clarity, with love, big enough to hold a nation together. Let's get to work. This is Uncle D. I love you all. As I always say at this time, I'm out.
Dennis Spurling.
In the city where the lights don't sleep, Uncle D got the vibe so deep. Representing men strong and free. Dennis Spurling's the king of the spree. In the streets where the rhythm flows, black men rising, that's how it goes. Uncle D got the truth to show. In his heart, that's where the fire glows. Late night tuning, light up the stream. Dennis Spurling, wisdom gleam. Voices whisper truth and insight. In his podcast, feel the light. Harmony in every word. Truth and laughter you've heard. Oh, that's all right. Wave after wave of smooth delight. Dennis brings the dark to light. That's the Elizabeth, baby! Share the tales unfold. Stories born like morning gold. Feeling the wisdom is building. Subscribe and like time after time.
Black men, I want to salute you. Your incarceration rate is down. The education rate is up. We up. We went from. We are doing great for ourselves. So you should salute yourself. Shout out to all the brothers out there, whether you're a truck driver or engineer, whether you're an electrician or garbage man, a doctor, a lawyer. If you're a hard-working brother, if you fresh out the penitentiary, but you on your grind and you doing it legal and you trying to make amends for yourself, man, I salute you too, brothers. God bless you. This is Uncle D, and you know, I'm out.